I'm waiting. Okay, so hi everyone, welcome again to our Master of Science in Computational and Advanced Design program accredited by the UACEG. Super excited to have you all here. The program pushes the boundaries of design and transcends through a multitude of design skills while advancing immensely the students' design and software capabilities. And we're very, very excited today because this is the last chapter that we are reaching here with some really incredible work. Super excited to see all the projects and really dive deep into them. I know that you guys have learned so many things through these chapters and the labs that were provided throughout the program. But today, I'm especially excited for this chapter because it's chapter 5. So all the ideas and all the knowledge are somehow coming together. It's not the final presentation, but I know that there is just so much to talk about in this stage. So as I'm introducing the review, basically we have Tung just scrolling around, showing a little bit of the work in progress from the students. Incredible amount of work. As always, I'm so thankful for this opportunity to be part of this team. Super super happy for you guys. It's really a pleasure to be working with such a team. The students have learned so much, and I'm so proud of them for everything that they're doing and all the hard work that they're putting into all this a journey of education. And obviously the team the chapter leads who joined us for this chapter, basically Kirill Furmanchuk and Madeline Georgi, and super excited to have you guys here and to work with you with this chapter. And obviously my peers, Katerina Georgieva and the core leads who are by the student side, Eva Hepes and Tung Hengen. So basically today, we're going to have the opportunity to talk about chapter 5, which is Cosmogony. And when we're talking about basically Cosmogony, it's that all the previous stages lead up to this stage, which the students develop and assess the larger scale of their envisioned world, the city. So by zooming out, obviously new challenges arise in terms of increased complexity. Having started from the very module around which the whole system is constructed, the students are challenged to build a new viable urban system that will surround this new body and everything that the body is surrounded by. And through generative systems and designers are rewriting really architectural logical core by accessing concepts and techniques that bridge the gap with other disciplines like biology and computer science. And basically using Grasshopper, C#, these are very much the softwares that we focused on this chapter, and encoding basically behavior is one of the primary focuses in this stage of the work. Again, some points that I just want to accentuate, make sure that everyone is aware of, is that again, this master's is not an architectural master's. The program is focused on envisioning the future of humanity. And we're reviewing a city-level design that has emerged from the students' work on previous chapters. So body architecture, living spaces, neighborhoods, vehicles, transportation systems. And please keep in mind that presentation should be contained within 7 minutes today, and we should try to contain also comments within 7 minutes. And our leads will help us keep time. So feel free to take photos, screenshots, and share the work on social media. And without further ado, I'll hand it over to the first team. But with this, I'm just going to say, please feel free to chime in into the conversation if you have ideas, suggestions, anything that you feel that you could contribute, right? When you're seeing some of this work. because the review today is mostly internal. We have more time, like to, like incorporate everyone's basically like ideas and hear everyone's voice. So don't shy away to jump into the conversation if you have any ideas, suggestions today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gopsina. Okay, then without further ado, let's start and jump off with Group A, A1 Prasad.
Hey guys, 1 second, let me just. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Prasad and I welcome you all to Nedotopia, the underwater haven. It all started in the year 2222. Vast amounts of land had been reclaimed by the oceans. People left their cities in search of refuge. Political tensions were at an all-time high, with wars resulting in a permanent nuclear winter. Radiation levels peaked. The only survivors of the catastrophe were the Aquanauts, Captain Spectre, and his diverse crew of 300. They lived in a habitat underwater with the help of artificial gills made from Cnidarian or jellyfish DNA. Increasing radiation levels meant that the team had to quickly find a way to extend the lifespan of their suits to survive. They descended into deep waters as a last resort. Eventually, the radiation exposure caused the Cnidarian cells to mutate. This happened in stages. The captain with the Aurelian gene had to rely on mechanical interventions to survive. He became the first Nederoid, a jellyfish cyborg hybrid. Being a resourceful lot, they realized that the potential of using the polyp as a habitat. They started designing a structure that utilized 4 mature polyps from each of these species, along with mechanical inventions to form pods. Multiple pods occupied by one species formed a unit. These units together formed a corpuscle. The Nederoids lived their life initially inside the corpuscle. As time went by, the need for a neighborhood arose. Initial design interventions were based on coral polyps. Each city consists of towers that grow and is also constructed over time. Similar to the corpuscle, the gelatinous membranes here also has an underlying structure that serves as protection from the elements. The towers are made up of several modules that are connected to each other based on their functions. With the expansion came the need for organized mode of transport, something that could be mechanically efficient and something that could also connect organically to the Nederoid themselves. The public vehicle, or the scenario 0 to 1, is a jet that helps the Cnidarian carry cargo and transport Cnidarians through the neighborhood. The driver module is powered by the organic system, very much like the corpuscle. The private vehicle, the Neder 042, is a jetpack that is used for traversing short distances and for exploration. Its design is inspired by the jellyfish anatomy. In the crawler mode, the Cnidarian collects polyps from the ocean floor to cultivate and build more aggregations. As time went by, the capacity of the neighborhood reached a saturation point, and further expansion into a larger scale urban system was imperative. Generative systems such as nuclei was used to understand and simulate growth of the polyp system based on various environmental constraints. An in-depth analysis of the terrain was done using Houdini. Different configurations of the existing amalgamations and the distribution along the globe system were generated procedurally using Houdini and C#. Maps were generated based on the analysis of the terrain. Radiation-affected areas were mapped onto the ocean floor. Edge and contour analysis helped identify points based on depth for cluster growth. Further study led to the isolation of valleys and ridges in the form of quantized maps. Nutrient deposits, which are vital for the polyps' proliferation and cluster centers, were traced based on the value range. Light values were then analyzed based on projected costings. Now, let's look into the origin of the first neighborhood. The point of origin of the first neighborhood was in between the cliffs on the ocean floor. Not all polyps have the potential to develop into corpuscles or amalgamations. Unsuccessful ones can often be observed in its residue state. This particular polyp later went on to become this thriving amalgamation. The amalgamation eventually grows and a cluster is formed. Initially in stage 1, the polyp starts expanding with strands that act as nutrient absorbers. The point of origin is where the central core is built. The construction of the amalgamation continues with the growing polyp as seen in stage 2. Eventually, the polyp reaches a mature stage and stops growing. The cluster is now complete. This can be seen in stages 3 and 4. Now, before we get to the next stages, let's talk more about the growth and configurations. The first neighborhood unit is a prime example for a single unit and type A configuration with 2 towers and a polyp connection membrane in between that serves as a public zone. Similarly, type B consists of 3 units and type C consists of 6 units. Type D is the core that consists of 8 units in different configurations. Moving on to the expansion logic. The gelatinous strands serve as the tertiary layer. They grow outward, absorbing nutrients. It varies in thickness and density based on the nutrient values from the deposit data. The defense unit is located at the end of the thicker strands, which have the industrial units and the residential areas. Thinner strands house the transit hub and recreation regions, all of which connect to the central civic core. Now, back to the stage of growth. Similar to the first cluster, the other polyps also grow with varying capacities. Eventually, thin strands start reaching outward from the outer polyp layer in search of other polyps. Once it finds the other mature polyps, the strands thicken and provide a secondary layer of transit between them, thus connecting nearby polyps and becoming a bigger localized cluster. A protection layer is also formed. Now, in stages 8 and 9, other such localized clusters also start connecting to each other, forming a local network. In stages 10 and 11, this thickens to form a main secondary network. Public towers shared with the cluster are then built here. Now, the need for a faster network between the clusters led to the formation of the expressway built along the ridges of the clusters. This connects all of the clusters and the public spaces as well. An exploration network using projected plastics was also established to help further research on polyp behavior and other fauna on site. The crawlers mainly used this network to search for the polyps. Both the expressway and the exploration route do not expand into the radiation zone. Here's an example of what happens when the radiation gets into a cluster. Okay, so it's completely frozen and due to an unusual phenomenon that occurs in deep cold waters, which is called the Brinkle. So the Brinkle is the finger of death, is a downward growing icicle that freezes anything on its way. It is caused due to the erratic weather conditions as a result of the radiation from the nuclear winter. Thus, multiple polyps grow to form different amalgamation clusters. They are connected by many layers of networks, which then eventually connect to different functional spaces. All this together creates the world of the Nidarians, the cosmogony known as Nidotopia. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad. Absolute
Thank you.
powerhouse.
Thank you.
Such wonderful work. I'm very happy to see like this work now in this chapter. I'm just happy to see like how much like you went like in depth, literally. You know, like really like thought about like each aspect of the project, and also at the same time you very much maintain the storyline, but you so much now like had the opportunity to really enhance it, you know, like because it feels that you're very fearless into, you know, like the storytelling and every aspect of this and how it grows, and you're tying it to so many different levels of information, and you know, like you're just enriching the whole storyline. And then I love that, like, you were actually like showing how you were approaching it, all the knowledge you've gained, the, you know, like how you used also the software, and the logics between each of the clusters and how you were really like organizing them. So really kudos about like this presentation. I think it was absolutely fantastic. Really nailed it. I'm really happy with your progress, and you know, like how everything is like coming together. And I can see from this presentation like how, you know, like even the final presentation, you know, it's going to come to this like very high level. So I'm very excited. I just want to ask one question about like one aspect of things that like you mentioned, which is the terrain. You said that like you gathered some information from the terrain map. Which terrain are you working with though? I'm interested.
Yeah, I actually generated my own terrain, like based on height fields. So I got the data from that. So it was just like I tried to mimic what it could be like the environment could be like when it's sort of like nuclear affected. So you have a lot of valleys and stuff like that after the war, and so you probably have all these cliffs that are like probably unused, and that's eventually what the Nidarians are going to be using. So you have all these craters and stuff like that underwater as well. So I just assumed that. So I just created the like the terrain. It's like it's not an existing one. I just created it before. It's an expansion of the one I used for the amalgamation. So yeah, it's just a bigger version of them.
Yeah, you're creating a new world, as you know, like we understand, right? Like that was the premise and the idea behind like all this. So it's totally fine if you are creating this terrain and it's not, you know, like already existent. Although like if you are working with you know, like the real world, right? Like, and you are going underwater, you might find, you know, like a space which very much like, you know, like it's close to this terrain and you can, you know, like point it out. I think it might be also, you know, a valid point in this way, just like to connect your story with the space, since this exists, right? I would say also on presentation, as you're presenting, like much, you know, like you're really like advancing there, but I think that you have an opportunity to, you know, like slow down your speech and give more room like to each, you know, like of these spaces. I know that your time is limited, but that's always a challenge, right? Like how to actually give the information you need, everything you've done, which is so much, right? And at the same time, have the opportunity to really tell the story in this very appealing way and in the way that like people really would understand and connect with it. So definitely for final presentation, that's going to be one of the major focuses, making sure that like every aspect is really to the highest quality, right? The work, which obviously like you've done such an incredible job as a solo team, right? But also this like presentation now, just the way that like you present it, that's going to be something that we'll be focused on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'll work on that for sure. Thank you.
Prasad, I really liked how you described with this, well, with your project, how you shown the way an organism could survive, and not only survive, but also adapt in this very hostile environment. So really great. I mean, when we take a look at the final results, and we're not taking a look at it now, so if you could just show the map.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. I would like to emphasize that there is very clear hierarchy, and you were able to actually introduce your own rules that are coherent with the story, right? So that those species were able to survive only thanks to this very strict segregation. And when they are looking for the new locations for the amalgamations to spread, they also do it in a very careful way. And you have this finger of death, I think you said.
Yeah.
It. So, yeah, I really like how you were able to design those, those various behaviors based on the story. So it's once again very coherent. And like Pavlina said, maybe the only incoherent thing was that you're starting your story with the year 2022, and then you're just taking a generated map instead of taking some real location. So that was sort of the only problem. But once again, that is something, yeah, I don't think that if your story is told, you know, the way you told it, I don't think that anybody would really remember about that, because I wouldn't even think about it if Pavlina did not say it. So blame her for that. Yeah, great job.
But he can change it around. Sorry, Kirill, he can still change it around the narrative, right? Like, and find even a space that like exists that is very close to, you know, like what he has generated, because he is obviously like influenced by data. The thing is that like, obviously it's not going to be one-to-one, but also, you know, it's not that like there is no erosion or like changes within like the structure of, you know, like like where he's building underwater. But the thing is like how he's like manipulating, exactly like how he's like changing and forming the story, right? Like and manipulating it in order like to have like a very strong narrative. So I'm very much
trying to joke, you know, just didn't go well, like always. But nevertheless, yeah, great job. And I'm very happy to see that you were even able to incorporate some of your new coding knowledge that you were able to gather. So good luck with that. I mean, even the first results are always very inspiring. So yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Pavlina. I just didn't want him to wait too much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Kate. Thanks for your help, C#.
Yeah, it's just a technology, you know. Think of it as a technology, and I really like to see that, you know, the important thing. So your overall idea, you were able to use the technologies accordingly. So that's also great.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I totally agree with the previous comments. It's amazing project, Prasad. Congratulations. It's really cohesive through all the chapters, like you explained very well the whole story. So I think the final presentation will be amazing and looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Thank you.
Yeah, very good job. I like the way that you start the amalgamation with the cosmogony with amalgamations, rather like doing the other way around with the existing information of the data. You start with what you have, which is it's very hard. So I congratulate you on that. And overall, very good job. I can see also the stages not only in prosthesis but also in the larger scale. Congratulations on keeping the narrative cohesive. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Hello, Prasad.
Hey, Malvin.
Well, so good job with the hierarchy. I think you nailed it. It's quite clear, and I think the presentation was quite clear as well. So good job on that. My only comment would be that I believe that there's still some room for improvement in the sense that you know, you have that boundary around the amalgamations that I think, I mean, considering you're using generative systems in the map, it just feels that this part is a bit too controlled in the sense that you're defining those edges very hard edges. I would have loved to see like how those edges connect more with what's happening inside, like with the structure of the amalgamation, which by the way looks quite interesting. Yeah, and like in some of the simulations that you have, those edges start to become a little bit more fractured in a way, and they seem like to blend a little bit more with the networks. So yeah, that's the only thing that I think could from my point of view could be improved. Other than that, I think the hierarchy is very visible, and everything is easy to read. So all in all, I think you've done a good job. So congratulations. And
yeah, I'll look at that one. Yeah, I'd probably have to maybe try to use nuclei with the generator, the growth for the amalgamation. I'd probably try that. maybe. So thank you.
All right. Cool.
Hey, thank you, Prasad. Congratulations and keep up the good work and good energy.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Let's move on to 8 Maria.
Hello. Oh. Sorry, Prasad, could you please stop presenting?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm lost here in the row. Sorry. Maybe MSK can start because I'm just trying to find
Okay.
the way.
We can come back to you.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
start
thanks.
with the rest now.
Thanks.
Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome to Neo Nexus. This is Karthikeyan. As a massive asteroid came towards Alaris, the elite members of the X and Y mutants built spaceships in a rush and jumped into hyperspace too close to the planet, thereby creating a massive hole. The surviving group of X and Y Zales returned after centuries and found that Alaris as a planet with a hole in the middle and discovered that gravity has become unpredictable. The first agenda of the Zale Council was the Zale experiment to mutate a symbiotic relationship between both the X and Y mutants. The mutation experiments were conducted to create the XY mutant with increased endurance, higher intelligence, and the ability for flight. The X and Y mutant was created, and now the mutants can exist as an individual entity or as a combined one. Both the mutants had different needs and requirements in terms of living and working spaces. The establishment of the living spaces for the mutants began with our vision guided by the Alarian flowers to make a structure that can withstand various gravity levels. We started by synthesizing a special biological compound from the flowers, which had similar properties to the petals of the flower and created the Phleada corpuscle. The corpuscle features several sleeping capsules which can accommodate both the mutant types, a landing pad to access each corpuscle, and a control center for management activities. An emergency exit to be used in time of disaster, and the bubbles were a crucial part of our design experiment, which has protected the Zales from any gravity or radiations. Once this was created, we started building the first settlement in New Alaris, Neonopolis. Since gravity was an issue, we developed a gravity regulator to bring down the uncertainties in the gravity field. This device was designed to reduce the uncertainty of gravity by using water. This gravity regulator works by creating a counter vortex, which also purifies the water and makes it consumable. The gravity regulators also act as a mini public space for each cluster. We then started to work on the transportation inside and outside of the city. Two main networks were developed, one for private vehicles in the form of gliders and one for public transport in the form of trains. Since each Zale is different, we investigated the procedural development of transport models. The private and public transport were developed together to link them both seamlessly through docking stations with the outside networks. Once the main cluster was nearing completion, we started the topological survey to establish the colony. The site was a site with abundant and perennial water source was located to effectively mitigate gravity irregularities. With the help of the water flow tools, the development plan of NeoNexus was created, featuring space allocations for mining industries, residential and commercial spaces for various social classes of Zales, farming and defense exploration spots. Towns were simulated with varying sizes and number of clusters as per the topology. Maximum of 100 plant clusters can be accommodated into one town, and the town can in turn be clustered together to form cities. After the completion of survey, the population of the town started. As more and more Zales moved in, the farming spaces were established to create enough food and raw materials for the Cleada corpuscles. The rural colonies started developing around the plant settlements and then boosted the farming industry. Stage 1 focused mainly on the population and creating a self-sustaining colony. Stage 2 was initiated soon after. The addition of defense towers was mandated once the mutated wildlife started attacking from the mountains on the east. The west of the lake, which was rich in deposits, was then developed into a full-scale industrial complex with research centers and depots. A slew of industries quickly developed near the lake to harvest water and start production of various products for the Zales. Two pockets for near the central city have been left for the development of universities and administrative complexes. As of now, we can split the settlement into residential and recreational activities, farming activities, industrial and mining zones, defense and exploration zones. Now let us have some close-ups of the map. First, we have the main city with the living areas and the farming clusters. Next, we have the industrial cluster with the mining areas and the factories around it. Next, we have the clusters near the defense and exploration zones. The main depot for the industrial zones also contain housing for the Zales that operate the mines and the industries. The interconnected pathways allow for both cargo and passengers to be transported efficiently between them. The residential units are more densely grouped with bigger clusters near the lake, and in the rural areas, the farms have more connectivity with the residential units. The defense settlements act as a quick access to the Zales who are working in the exploration and the defense sector. The farms near the urban areas are more densely populated with tech-driven agriculture, whereas the rural farms employ more low-tech farming technologies. And the different towers also act as a protection for the farms which end near the foothills of the mountains. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have some comments for you as you're going through the map. It's great to see that obviously you achieved all this again, working on your own in this chapter. However, for me, I think that there are a lot of logics that are embedded in the generation, but in some way the storyline doesn't fully match the visuals, or the visuals are not excluding enough external information so we can actually focus on the changes or the logics of the growth. So even where they start exactly, where they start, how they grow, and why do they grow, and until the boundary they do. So somehow I think that there is a room for improvement into the explanation of the logics, maybe even through different kind of diagrams, or calling out through the legends different spaces, so it's a little bit more clear or coherent throughout the presentation. I think that all the pieces, all the puzzle are there. It's just that the way that you're explaining it, for me at least, it wasn't the most clear. What about you guys? Oh, Kirill, you're muted. Do you feel like in different way, like because like you have like been like you know, like involved with a project on a more deeper level? Are you able to follow it in this same like cohesive way? Is it clear to you? Because like for me, to be honest, like one step, you know, like detached, like in this way, like seeing like the work, definitely like there is like a missing, you know, link about like the decision making.
Yeah, I guess that was also present in the beginning. I mean, it looks a lot better now. So, and if one follows your explanations well enough, I guess, you know, it's starting to make more sense. But in the beginning, I remember that you've been having, well, the good thing was from the very start that you were using the terrain since day one to actually find, well, to use this data in order to populate the map. And I have to say that in the very end, yeah, please, can you just stop moving around and let's focus on the result map. So on this one, the last sort of, you know, yeah. I have to say it looks beautiful. You know, I would be lying if I say it wasn't. But there is one thing that sort of strikes me right from the bat is that it looks beautiful, but now what? Because you have a lot of different connections there. There clearly is some hierarchy within the connections, but why so many of them? And if you take a closer look at them and actually follow your presentation where you said that there is an efficient connection between different functionalities on your map, it doesn't seem like it, right? Or at least it's not emphasized well enough. Because, for example, on the left-hand side of the map, you have a lot of yellow connections nearby the lake. So those are industrial ones, as far as I remember, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not emphasized. Why do you have those loops everywhere? This is the way the mining works. So those fields that are encapsulated within those loops, are they, you know, this is what is lacking in your story. Maybe how exactly the mines work, because also you can see that there are those more developed pinpoints where you have more colors, and they work better in this regard, right? Because you can see that, okay, those definitely looks like mining points, big mining sites that have to be connected somehow, and that makes sense to me, right? But the yellow route on the left-hand side of the lake doesn't make too much sense to me. Also, since everything is revolving around the lake, why isn't it used in, I mean, I don't see anything going on with the lake on the map, apart from the fact that it's completely empty. And that's sort of, I have this mismatch conceptually, because in the very beginning you showed that the concept begins in the lake, or is that Maria's work now? And I'm not sure.
No, it actually begins in the lake.
Yeah. So why isn't there anything now? This is, you see, this is the lacking sort of part of the story. Also, you emphasize that the lake is sort of the part that everything grows out of and everything revolves around, and you have all those living areas on the right-hand side, more of the industrial on the left-hand side, but there is a gap. There is a gap on the top right corner, and I don't understand why. You know, it's also, maybe it's terrain-wise, maybe it's something else, but there is no information about it, right? So it sort of leaves one wondering, what is wrong there? Because this is still a part of the terrain that is defended by your defense systems, right? And the question is, why would you defend a huge part of the terrain that is not even touched by anything? That said, there is also this northern part of the terrain that is residential, and it's not connected to anything else that is residential. So there is also a question there. Why isn't it connected in any ways? Is that, yeah, what is that about? And one more comment about your residential areas. Maybe I just did not follow your legend well enough, but do you have any hierarchy there between the areas that are more public and areas that are more private? Because once again, this map, and in comparison to Prasad's work, in Prasad's project, we saw that there is hierarchy within the amalgamations, right? Within the terrain sort of told its own story. While here, it doesn't really tell, at least me, the story of how the terrain is used, or how, how it all revolved to be something as it is right now. So is there any need for public spaces? Maybe not. If not, why? If yes, then where are they, right? So this kind of questions. It just, once again, looks beautiful, but doesn't tell me much.
Okay.
So if you can defend yourself, please do. It's just
So like each of the clusters have the public spaces inside of them, like each of them have their own public spaces inside of them. So like as the cluster is like more denser, these will be like small like smaller communities, and the bigger clusters will have more more population with like say the center parts being the public spaces. And even in the farming zones, we do have some agricultural like developments of public spaces, like so I haven't annotated it properly, so that's why it's
yeah,
not
I think that is where your weak point actually lies, because you know, it's once again, it just looks like you put some shapes there and they sort of stick together, but it doesn't expose the functionality that is lurking underneath. And in your farming areas, you know, even if you have some housing units, or I mean living units or whatever, it's still, it is something different than the farming area itself. So I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't just populate it with those living unit amalgamations like you did there, because you use the color, and I really love how you use the color to emphasize which function is where. So that's great, but you know, the depth of it is not enough. I mean, it's very flat. And now that you said it, that in the farming areas you have some living unit amalgamations, it actually stops making sense there, right? Because when you have farming area completely populated with the living unit amalgamations, it just stops making sense.
Okay.
But once again, I also don't want you to feel like you did a bad job in this after this consultation. Just maybe, you know, take this critics and do something about it. Yeah. Because you know, your project is there, your idea is there, I guess, is just not defending itself well enough, and it obviously is even misleading at times. So yeah, I would say that needs more work.
Okay, thank you. I'll work on like making it better.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Yep.
So, I mean, I think, you know, Kirill is right, and it's like you have beautiful moments on your map in terms of aesthetics, and I think you have some interesting kind of networks there, but it's quite visible that it needs a little bit more work in terms of creating hierarchy, and also yeah, maybe a clearer kind of storyline to see where you deploy things and why. But you know, in a sense, I think you have like kind of the right ingredients to make this happen. It's just a question of yeah, it needs more work and a little bit more guidance, and least part of the sessions where we discussed the projects, and that's why I think the things haven't, they didn't match together very well in the end. But again, like you have good ingredients, you have to take a step back, think about them logically, and in a hierarchy that's easy to read, and see how you can deploy those networks in the right areas, and yeah, clear a little bit the map so that it becomes a little bit more like visible what the intention is everywhere. And I think you can make a good project with that. But definitely you have to take a step back, think a bit, and put some more work into it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, MSK. I think you have a good window of improvement and nice moments to move on. So let's the next team, Maria, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Hello, my name is Maria. Today I'm presenting Xyloria. Neon was home to two rival species, X-Xyle and Y-Xyle. The X-Xyle with the X mutation had hyperintelligence, delicate biological wings, a fragile body, while the Y-Xyle with the Y mutants were biological armor, strength, and endurance. The X-Xyles feed on sweet nectar of flowers, supporting their mutations, while the Y-Xyles consume plant roots for strength and endurance. Catastrophic events occurred when they tried to escape a meteorite hurtling towards their planet, posing a grave threat. The limited time frame prevented them from building enough ships, and chaos happened when it was revealed that not everyone would be able to leave the planet. In a hasty attempt to escape, utilizing untested technology from both sides, they initiated a hyperspace jump too close to the planet. Although some of the population managed to flee, their miscalculation resulted in serious planetary consequences, causing a hole in the middle of the planet and destabilizing gravity. Survived exiles came back and both species started working on the exile experiment, aimed at fostering a symbiotic relationship between X and Y mutants. Through mutation experiment, we created XY mutant with enhanced endurance, intelligence, and flight capabilities. To cater their district needs, we created an innovative Pleiadic corpuscle inspired by Alarian flowers. The Pleiadic corpuscle features several sleeping capsules which can accommodate both mutant types, a landing pad to access the emergency exit to be used in terms of disaster. The bubbles were a crucial part of the experiment, which has greatly increased the protection of exiles. Vibrant amalgamation Neonopolis emerged as our settlement, and we developed a gravity regulator utilizing water to stabilize the unpredictable gravity field. Our Kinesis part of project integrates procedurally generated private gliders. The energy model is designed in a way such that the glider can harvest the energy directly from the gravity waves while gliding and use the energy to accelerate the vehicle. The train has energy reserves, which also use the magnetic waves to generate energy while traveling to have extended reach. The light rail trains going through docking stations, providing efficient mobility for all exiles. The public transport network harness magnetic waves to extend its reach and enhance sustainability. Let's move to Xyloria, where nature and innovation meet in remarkable landscape. My network project aims to connect its wide cityscape nested in a valley with beautiful lake and flowing rivers. To address gravity challenge, I have developed a powerful gravity beacon, which is even bigger than Neonopolis 1 in scale and range. We can see its location and range area on the map. To support the exiles' nutrition, they use the power of water by utilizing the rivers and large water network. This network not only provides nourishment to grow the flowers and roots, but also ensures the well-being of the entire city. Residential and commercial areas thoughtfully integrated around the lake, rivers, canals, harmoniously coexisting the nature. The residential and public areas in the city are organized into clusters, with their location and size determined by their proximity to the coastline. The arrangement and complexity of these clusters vary based on the scale of the buildings they contain. These public areas are used for recreation and entertainment. Here we can see the amalgamation catalog consists from 3 aggregation combinations and 1 cluster example. The work in progress part where we can see how script creates the smaller and bigger networks in the city. Xyloria's city infrastructure includes a comprehensive network that connects all areas. Here we have all layers, starting from map of residential and commercial amalgamations, public spaces, green agricultural areas around the city. Local roads accommodate private vehicle and pedestrians, while inter-district roads facilitate the efficient travel within the city. High-speed highways encircle the city, enabling swift movement between districts and linking our industrial and agro-industrial systems. The water supply network ensures a constant flow of resources through the city. Now we move to the full map of Xyloria networking project, where we aim to connect the world of Xyls with nature and technology. Let's see how the layers with the buildings and agro-industrial zones are distributed in zone of action of gravity beacon. Network of all layers intertwine in structure to object of various size and create an entire system of the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the work and the presentation. I think that like it was well presented and like it was following again the goal logical steps, which you know, like it's commendable. One thing that like I think that you know like keeps me like more you know like involved is again like the areas that you're choosing to work with, that they're very much like patches, right, like around like this like certain area you're working with, but then like you're showing a very like circular like you know sample of the world that you're creating. And in some way, I would again, you know, like expect that like these areas would bleed more into, you know, like the networks or the logics that are beyond the patch, right? So this is just something that like, again, like I'm thinking of like just looking at the map and thinking about like all the complexities and the layers that like you are building around it. Is there like you know, specific reasoning or logic that like you're following that doesn't allow you like to expand beyond that?
Yeah, the main reason is the gravity beacon, and all the system is growing around it because we need to stabilize the gravity in our planet. So I placed it here. So this is the area where the city can grow.
Okay, and the patches generation, how did you determine those, like as areas that are actually, you know, like because again, like the area that like you're working with, right? Like it's circular area, like into a circular, you know, like space that you're restricting. So how are you exactly, you know, knowing how much of this boundary you're able to touch, or, you know, like how are you really mitigating these relationships?
I try to find the balance between the quantity of residential zones and the agricultural area around for having enough food for exiles to live inside. And also use the pattern of the rivers, which is going from the lake, to create these clusters of living spaces. That's why they have this.
Yeah, I think in the bigger map, sorry, see, like here you can, you know, like when you focus on them and start understanding like the nuances of the space that you're, you know, like working on, like you're starting to understand like why this might follow. But then I feel that because like the circle, for instance, like for me, like where the gravity like space like needs to be always indicated with some kind of like boundary color, you know, like just a light like you know like space that like really indicates and like it doesn't allow it to grow more, so it's very evident like from you know that this is contained with it in this space. So that's one thing. And also like from the final map, right? Because like, again, like looking at the final map, you still want to be able to read those connections and to read like how this is, you know, like organized in a better way, because like from the final one, again, like it's not as evident as it is like, again, looking at each map of the progress, but you want to give this information and for it to be evident even on the larger scale, right? Like when everything comes together, which is a challenge really, right? Like when, you know, like you're portraying your design story, like to be able really like to capture this and to, you know, like for people to be able to read through these layers as they're looking at the map, the final map, without you even like walking them through that, for them to be able to see like some of the logics embedded that you have encoded.
Yeah, I see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say a couple of words? Okay, well, first of all, really like your story. I mean, I don't know why you stopped working together, but I guess it's also beneficial in a sense because you had this starting concept together, and then you sort of showed us two absolutely different ways in which it could be resolved, right? So that's great, really great to see. With your project, I guess what I really liked, maybe first, I really like that you have made very strict decisions into what is formed by what. Also, you have different layers of the maps, so that is great. But when you combine this all together, it becomes a little bit blurry because, for example, those white connections, so those circular, do they tell us about the gravitational beacon? Is that right?
No, there's the water system. The gravitation beacon is here. Yeah,
okay. So nevertheless, even though it is the water system, I guess it just yeah, but this is the one that you designed, right? So this is the water system that emerges because of what? I guess that wasn't quite readable for me.
The circle is just because of the gravity beacon.
Yeah, but
area.
I mean, you know, there are a lot of connections created in this manner, and this is the way the water is being distributed, right? So even if, right, it's not quite clear because you have the lake in the center and it's completely dark. So why is the distribution of the rivers of the opposite color? So maybe it makes sense. Maybe this is the way you emphasize that those are not the initial conditions, but rather the ones that, you know, have emerged because of this new gravitational field. I don't know, right? This is something that I should not be guessing, or the one who's anybody who's looking at your project should not be guessing, but it should rather be clear. Also, the same comment that there was for the MSK. So why isn't there anything on the lake itself, since it all started there? Why don't you use it at all, right? Well, why is it a no-no area? So that is one more thing. And also, I really like that you put that you clearly thought of creating the hierarchy in the well, in the way the society is structured spatially. So that meaning the different functionalities that you have there. But I'm not quite sure that I understand the way you designed it exactly. And correct me if I'm wrong, those bigger wide circles are the more public spaces, and those smaller ones are more individual living areas of sorts, right?
Commercial and residential, yeah. And the public spaces are the blue ones. Yeah.
Okay. It just seemed a little weird that, you know, some of the bigger circles are completely divorced from the little ones, and some of them are sort of more immersed into. So if there is information behind this decision, that also should be emphasized, because that sort of, you know, makes the mind wander somewhere else. And once again, I guess I was trying to guess what is going on there. Why is that? But all in all, yeah. Also, maybe, you know, the blue color, if it is for the recreational areas, if it is for the public spaces, why do you also use the high-speed and industrial networks to be emphasized with the same color? I mean, I can see that it's not exactly the same color, right? But when you take a look at the whole map, that is where it sort of jumps together. So I guess that is also of sorts misleading. And yeah, and I'm not sure. You know, I see that you used sort of the patches that emerged there in between the nuclei connections. So this is also not so clear for me. You know, what do those connections mean there? Why these patches? Why not others? Is that based on the terrain map? Is that, you know, are all of the pathways communications in those pink and purple maps, or not all of them? So I guess, you know, a lot of unanswered questions even after your presentation. But that's a complex project, so, you know, I'm not saying that it's an easy thing to do. And all in all, I just have a feeling that, you know, that your concept, the thing that you actually came up with, and the solutions that you have to those design problems, they are not visible enough. And that is not beneficial for your project. Yeah, but just so you know, all in all, I like it, really nice. So, and I really like that you thought of different functions and how they correspond. Just, yeah, maybe try showing them better. And I guess that's where MSK did better job. So he had different colors describing different functionalities. So that was great there.
And again, all these comments are again like for us to, you know, like help you guys like see things like that through the process you might have, you know, forgotten or not emphasized, or like when you're designing something, obviously you can always like see it from, you know, like detach from it a lot of times and see it from a different perspective. So, you know, the good thing is, again, everything like what that has happened throughout the chapters, you have the time, you have the space to improve, to rethink, right? Like, so that's why this is actually quite valuable for you. You've done an incredible job, obviously. It's just that we need to, you know, like have these conversations to be, you know, in its best possible way, like for its final presentation.
Is there any time left for me to give some feedback as well?
Yeah, last one.
No, but you should talk.
You should.
Right. So Maria, I think you've done an amazing job when you at the beginning, when you started with that algorithm in Houdini when placing the amalgamations. But then when you started with the networks, I think, you know, it's a little bit misleading, everything. And I would really question the use of everything inside a circle, even though, I mean, it makes sense in terms of storyline, but in terms of the composition of your map, like seeing this kind of circle is really misleading. Like at the beginning, when you place the amalgamations, I think they were very much connected to how the rivers, so they were in between the rivers somehow. So they had a clear connection with the rivers, but now with the networks, it's not so visible anymore. So you kind of lost that. And then I'm wondering why you have like actually instead of 3 types of networks, you have 4. I mean, 3 is a hard challenge in itself. And in the smaller, like in your, you know, inside the amalgamations, you have these networks. You have basically 2 networks that do kind of the same thing. So maybe you can make a network that does both things, as it's possible. Overlaying more of them one on top of each other just creates confusion. And then on the outside, I think, you know, you should really see at least the white network that's more that like the water network should be more connected to the rivers. It almost seems like it goes inside the amalgamation somehow. So I don't know what happened there. And yeah, I think, you know, it's lacking hierarchy at the moment. And I don't think the big circle outside is creating any hierarchy, in my personal view. You could treat it in a way like if you have a gravity beacon that, you know, just goes until there, then maybe it continues beyond that, but having some kind of like behavior inside and something outside, I just feel like that circle really doesn't make it more. And with Michael, he gave you this kind of feedback with making your project iconic, and you tried with this kind of spiral around the map with the way the networks are built. But then again, you forgot to use your amalgamations in like those shapes that were the spiral, because that's why they were connecting in a way. At least that's how I understood it. So that's a miss, because that could have connected more what's happening with the networks and with the amalgamations, because you initially represented the amalgamations in a shape that was kind of like a spiral. So I think it was a good start, but then a lot of things happened when you reached more complexity, and it was really hard for you to make sense of all of that and create a clear hierarchy. And again, like having a circle, yes, it can create some hierarchy, but in this case, I believe it's like composition wise, it's just quite misleading from my point of view. So again, if you take a step back and look at the good things you have, because you have a lot of good things, maybe you can get a little bit more hierarchy and represent it in a way that we see the connection with the terrain, because in the way you distribute the amalgamations and the farms, it really connects to the terrain, but that's not visible at all when we put those networks on top, because they kind of miss that point in a way for me. So you have the good ingredients, but maybe try to deploy them in a way that's a bit more like easier to read. So yeah, that would be my feedback.
Thank you.
I would say one last thing about this, about the hierarchy, because we said it a lot, but what does it mean? I mean, you have the bigger circles, you have the smaller ones, right? I mean, what is it about, guys? We have the hierarchy, but what you're lacking definitely are, in Czech urban planning literature for landmarks, because once again, it all started with a huge landmark. The first way that your civilization was able to control gravity. So maybe think of how you can incorporate that more, right? Because landmarks appear everywhere, right? In every city, everywhere. This is the way to orient in the context. This is the way we experience the terrain, right? This is the way all of the civilizations, at least known to us, work. Of course, you can make the case that yours works differently, but there already is the hierarchy. It's just not finished, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for the good job. And I mean, it's our job just to find something that is not sound there, so we could help you make it better, right? So don't think that yeah, I'm not giving you a 2, that's for sure. It's not like this, right? So don't worry too much. Just think of it as us trying to help in our own little way. I mean,
Sure, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Good job. We have enough time to work on these reviews given to you. So, yeah. Let's move on. Laura, A3.
Hi.
hello.
Hello. Do you see it? Do you see my?
Yep.
Do you see Miro?
Yep.
Let's zoom in the spot. Okay, here we go. And this is we can move it here. Hi everybody, my name is Laura, and today I will present to you my project for chapter 5, Anthos. In the 2040s, after nearly 2 centuries of research, the human species finally discovered a new planet called Varia. In Varia, they discovered an organism capable of reacting to external stimuli, apparently a solution for the human race who have been fighting against the Earth's natural disaster. But the But the Teresa technology seems unable to study and replicate the organism. And for this reason, they launched the project Necessity, recruiting a team of humans and implementing their body to survive in the planet Varia. The new humans transformed in cyborg was designed to live and coexist with the planet. In fact, it presents an internal living system and use the external agents such as solar radiation and wind to transform it into energy. Adapting their body, they were able to accomplish the main activities such as studying and collecting the organisms using the living units called cupolaria. And the cupolaria was designed with internal core, like the body, to provide the main energy at the whole structure. Cupolaria also provided the grow lab, where the main cells to grow the organism was placed, and the media lab, where was placed the structure where provide energy to the cyborg. During the cyborg expanded the colony, and from cupolaria unit, they built amalgamation called Necessity, like the first mission of the planet. Necessity amalgamation is an infrastructure hosting a new life as society, which with the public spaces, working spaces, and a growing system area. With your own network and vehicle adapted with different functionality, like the private vehicle, for the long distance and explore the terrain, and today public vehicle used for internal network from the cyborg and the humans. The whole system was built by the cyborg, taking a major consideration the terrain topology. In fact, the Varia planet is characterized by craters that make the conformation irregular, and it's inside the craters that the first exploration from the organism was found. Therefore, the surface is divided into two main zones, the lower part where the organism Osvaria was found and the upper part prevalently of sand. The active organism is placed at the center of the craters and presents an outward expansion movement, almost trying to create a network. Small and weak filament branch off the mother organism with the function of capturing energy from the magnetic field flows. And exactly in the holes of the craters that the first Antos settlement were established through the cupolaria units to take advantage of the land protection, but also to be close at the origin of the Varia life, the organism. Antos is divided in three function amalgamation areas: the cyborg area, the human transformation area, and the shipment organism area. Probably the most important, since it presents the connection with the Earth. During the years, the cyborg have created Athos colony, a set of units capable of coexist with the planet through the network, exploding the organism as an energy. Athos colony can be read in layers. In the first layer, we find the organism, which has its own subnetwork to move the energy. And therefore, after we have the first Antos network, which is dense and is connect and transform the organism and in a form of energy and in one unit to the other. The second is represented the connection among the amalgamation, connecting the cyborg area with the humans areas. And the third, the most important layer, where the organism is moved to reach the shipment area and sent to the Earth. Antos represents a new living system, a connection to space with the Earth, and symbol of hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I love like the presentation and you know, like how we were explaining all aspects of it. I love that also obviously each one of your designs it follows, you know, like very strictly like rules, like in order like to scale up. And I feel that you have been very successful in this way, right? Like not losing your path, or at least like, you know, towards like the end of the chapters, really like bringing everything together, because obviously, you know, everyone is like struggling to keep this language alive and these connections throughout all these chapters. But I feel that you're doing really an incredible job, like you know, really keeping the storylines straight. So really, congratulations from me. Like, I think that the work is beautiful, and I feel that these layers that you have shown, like especially like now on the latest, you know, like researches and how they're layering up, they make sense. Obviously, like some of those that you're showing now, right? Like just scrolling around, like the initial research is there, you know, again, like very different from like what is emerged now, right? And that's like what I'm saying, like this progress, it's making a lot of sense.
Thanks. Thank you.
I totally agree with Pavlina, and I really like in your project and also in the previous chapters your unique language, like design language. It's really unique, and it goes very well throughout the chapters. So congratulations, it's an amazing project.
Thank you.
Very interesting concept with having this sort of industrial based planet, so to speak, right? Because everything that you gather there, you ship to the Earth.
Yes.
So yeah, that makes me think of this. I don't remember, maybe it was the 3rd episode of the Alien, right? Where they also had this prison planet. So sort of where you have one very basic function for the planet that allowed you definitely to focus very well, and that is clear there. But I have an issue with your final map. Can you show it, please?
Sure.
So why is it so populated with the connections? I mean, it just seems to be overly populated with the connections that go in the same direction. I understand if you wanted to emphasize the hierarchy between those, so the ones that are minor and the ones that are much busier. So you know, the ones that just carry around stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe is that? Do I read it correctly?
Which is there? Sorry, which is the last sentence?
Yeah. Well,
yeah. We like yes, we have a hierarchy of transporting the organism. This was the main thought. Probably what is made so populated probably is the under layer, which is the energy of the organism. This one might make a lot of noise in terms of vision. Probably is this one that you are pointing out.
Yeah, so I don't question the way you designed it per se. I'm just questioning the way it is presented here, because those connections are, it is basically all there is, right? Almost. Of course, we can clearly see that you have some amalgamations that are situated and so on and so forth, but you know, the connections, they absolutely occupy the whole project. And what I'm lacking here are the endpoints. Because you know, where exactly do you ship to Earth from, right? Well, what are the endpoints for this vast network of connections? Also, it looks like there is a snapshot of the whole thing. So like if it was not the whole project, but just sort of a piece of that, right? That you were able to take a snap of, because it might be, you might make the case that it's just too vast to encapsulate the whole thing. It might make the case that it populates the whole planet, you know, throughout the thing. But once again, what are the endpoints, right? It looks like there are a lot of connections, but I cannot see where exactly they are going. They have those intermediate steps, that's clear, right? Because you have those amalgamations situated around the connections or on them, so that is good. But you know, where are the endpoints? What is the point of those connections? What are the A and B that you're connecting, so to speak?
Sure, I understand.
Yeah,
I understand your point.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, if you can answer those questions, just
sure. Well, the endpoint, yeah, absolutely. So the endpoints basically are the most, so they are the most external point. There are one here and one here and one here. But I understand it is not so clear in the overall picture.
I mean, let your design answer that question for you also, because that is something that I guess, you know, I don't see enough of. And also you have your networks, you know, think about the way they function here, because it doesn't make sense also to remake all the networks, right? You already have the connections and so on and so forth, but maybe you can take just zoom out and take a look at it from afar. So you can see that you have those literally that you have those fields sort of emerge in the network, right? And maybe you can use that. Maybe you can use that to design your endpoints for the transport, right? Because this is where the transportation throughout the planet ends and the interplanetary starts.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Anyways, great job, and I really like what Pavlina commented on. You not losing your idea throughout the process. That is also very important. So great job on that front as well. Congrats.
Thank you for your comment.
You hate me now, don't you? Okay.
No. I really like you. Really into the point. Sharp.
Is there more comments about the amalgamation direction? Because in the amalgamation, actually, you have each of the corpuscle to have a different direction. I don't know why in Cosmogony you kept the same horizontal direction, but not parallel to the network. Is it a decision, or haven't thought about it?
Could you repeat? I don't understand your question.
I'm talking about the amalgamations on the Cosmogony. Like for
Yes.
example, they're all like pointing on the same direction.
The
yeah.
direction.
Yeah, I mean why they're not, like, for example, parallel to some of the lines that you have, because in the amalgamations chapter you actually kept the same, so you kept few direction, but here I can see just one. Horizontal one. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Probably I can answer with this image. Yes, with this image, because I understand what you're mentioning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, probably has been an instinct. Like the main direction was horizontal, and I use a WASP algorithm. So I don't know. I was an instinct to just keep on horizontal.
But
yes.
But actually here you are not doing only horizontal, because you have.
Yeah, it's true.
On the left line, which you just change direction, which is, I think, a very good point in the project. But overall, that's just one like minor. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think the major one. I have to be honest. I didn't think about it. I'm not.
Hey Laura, good job
Hi.
with the project. Like it's a good identity that you're keeping it like throughout all the chapters. So congratulations on that. I believe the main networks are very thick compared to the others. So
Yeah.
I would, yeah, maybe they, as in terms of representation or something like that, they could be, because the weight of those connections, it's like as big as some or bigger than some of the amalgamations. I'm just wondering if they would look a little bit better with some finer lines or a little bit thinner. Other than that, I'll just comment on one more thing, because I think the project is good, and it's I mean, for me it's one of the favorites. It's just that, like, that red color with the amalgamations on top of that map that uses all these other colors just feels like,
Yeah, like
out
of the place.
Yeah, I mean, if it had a little bit of transparency or some kind of color, it just feels like that red though for me. But other than that, I mean, if I'm commenting on the red, it means that I don't have anything else to talk about. So, it's a good project, and congratulations for it. I really like the way it turned out in the end. So good job. And Eva, if you, probably you've helped her a lot as well with your knowledge from last year. So good job for you too. So yeah, like I like it, and congratulations, Laura.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
Good job, Laura. Like the final image is so nice. You know it very well. And it just so resonates with every chapter you made until now. The discretization is intact there. It has an identity. It has an iconic image to your map. So, I mean, just like really congratulations for the final.
Thanks. Yeah, mirror gone.
No, but the appreciation stays.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we enjoyed it really well. I mean, the entire journey from nuclei to discretization and back and forth and getting this final outcome is really nice. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yay.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Let's move on to the next team, Com and Ryan. Please go.
Hey, we are
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So, shall we start?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So, in this post-apocalyptic world with insufficient resources and human extinction crisis, the Cyborg Republic invites humans to transcend into cyborgs. However, to embrace the total rationality of cyborgs, humans need to eliminate their emotions. In order to persuade humans into becoming emotionless, the Republic spreads propaganda in human society, brainwashing those from the lower class into believing that they can experience eternal happiness by becoming a cyborg. In reality, the brains and bodies are stimulated constantly by the prosthesis. The chemicals produced by the brains will be collected for agricultural use. Their emotional capabilities are abused to the point that they can no longer produce animal chemical substances in their brains. They are now cyborgs working as labor forces to restore nature until their organic body decay. The Republic produces and exports resources back to the human society, just enough to keep them alive, but not enough for them to overpopulate. As long as there are humans who live miserable lives out of poverty and hunger, there will be new volunteers to join the Cyborg Republic and keep the system running. This is an ironic narrative suggesting that a sustainable and peaceful ecosystem could only be done by eliminating the presence of humans from humans themselves.
Famine, disease, pollution, technological conflicts, different global issues have resulted in years of political tension on the planet, until a nuclear war finally broke out. Thousands of cities were turned into dust. Millions of lives were sacrificed. This catastrophe caused a massive environmental impact on all life. Nuclear radiation turned several regions into uninhabitable areas. Most of the remaining societies were forced to evacuate away from the source of radiation. Thousands of human colonies were built on top of the ruins near the relatively cleaner water sources. Due to the extreme environmental condition, humans can hardly unite as one strong nation, but instead are weakened and divided into smaller collectives. Abusive hierarchy of social classes still exists in this corrupted system. The stronger side occupy the coastline and push the weaker side to live in a more toxic area.
This vicious cycle continues for decades until a group of radical innovators initiated an operation to reform nature and ensure the continuation of mankind along with the remaining species. Terametempsychosis is an environmental surgical operation which implants terrestrial-scale prosthesis on contaminated landscapes. The vestiges, both organic and inorganic, found within the ruins of the abandoned human territories are repurposed as ingredients for synthetic natural regeneration. This operation has laid a concrete foundation for the emergence of the Cyborg Republic, the new empire where humans can volunteer to enter any time and live happily and peacefully together within an equitable ecosystem.
Under this fantasy realm, newcomers will be progressively equipped with a series of processes as time goes by, in order to achieve even more pleasure. The enclosed psychedelic built environment they live in is specifically designed to maintain their ecstatic condition. Their vigorous emotions are collected and processed in the form of energy and agricultural resources. Under the stimulation from the facilities and their processes, they will experience eternal happiness for several weeks before they run out of emotion and fully transcend into a perfect rational beings the emotionless entities. They will be working as a labor force, operating and maintaining the system until their organic body reaches death.
Cyborgs are commuting and exchanging resources through a network called reciprocus, the logistic infrastructure that connects numerous fundamental units within the Republic in the most optimized paths. Public vehicles containing tons of resources are frequently deployed towards the human colonies through the transit network, which bridges the different territories of humans and cyborgs, providing sufficient support to maintain the survival of mankind.
Nevertheless, the ultimate ideology of sustainability couldn't be achieved easily without a glimpse of unfairness. It is crucial for the cyborgs to nourish the noblemen through the feeding of resources, providing them with privilege so that classism is retained within the human society. Those suffering from poverty are raised under exposure to the cyborg republic propaganda. They depict the cyborgs as their savior, and their will to survive is to get enlisted in a monthly recruitment housed in the recruitment ground located on the borderlines. They believe joining the Republic is the only way to escape from their miserable life. Without knowing the bright future promised to them is merely a delusional fantasy that is in no way better than what they have already been experiencing in human society. As long as the exchange between the cyborgs and humans still remains, the cyborgs can keep on expanding their colonies over the unusable land. The amalgamation units can freely expand along a wide range of terrains. Due to its extremely flexible growth logic, this amalgamation system allows the cyborgs to formulate countless variations of growth from the scale of a neighborhood to a scale of a colony. Humans will keep on being weakened and fragmented as the transit network slowly penetrates their territory. In contrast, the cyborg will be fortified as they keep on expanding their colonies and network. The complex compositions of network and amalgamation acts as a frontier preventing any form of conflict and military invasion.
Several important facilities, such as the Natural Genetic Archives and the Central System, are located near the radiation crater, where the network is more oriented and geographically protected by the terrain. The genetic archives wrap themselves around the cyborgs' colonies. They are the Noah's Ark of the New World, safeguarding genetic information of all the remaining species of animals and plants, aiming to preserve the biodiversity of this dying planet. The Central System is the core of the Cyborg Republic, the library of the cyborg's memories and experiences, the accumulation of historical records and intelligence. All are preserved and are to be passed on to future generations.
Humans, driven by their chaotic nature, will keep on failing to unite as one, and are destined to be conquered by the implementation of the Neo-Anthropocene. This is a manifestation of a geopolitical boundary, strategically designed to control the predictable exchange of resources between two completely opposite governance systems.
This indestructible scheme of the Neo-Anthropocene is the ideal sustainable system for the New World. We, the Republic, fabricated the egalitarian utopia that humans have always dreamt of. Humans are ensured their survival and continuation thanks to our plentiful resources. In consequence, they will serve as our constant supply of cybernetic organisms, keeping the system running. These two complex systems of contradicting fundamentals complementing each other, greatly echo the ideology of contradictory symbiosis which, we, the Republic, strongly believes in.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Wonderful presentation, as always. I love the project and how cohesive you are from the beginning to the end, how hardworking you are, guys, and how, strong of a team you've become like throughout this whole process, how you help each other, how you rely on each other and really, progress together throughout this whole experience. I love like what you've done like in this chapter as like the previous ones. Obviously, like everything is so structured, so logical with you guys, and I think that you have rare charisma to like when you're like thinking of a project, like to be able really like to explain each part of it like very logically throughout the whole process. So for me, really, even, you know, like the map that you're showing, the bigger map, and like how it actually, you know, like each part of it is growing, it just like feels very, very natural. Like, although again, like you do have like some dichotomy, you have it like in the storytelling and in the logics embedded, but it works with the overall system, right? So, and I think that that's what we're looking for. You can see also the balance of the map, the hierarchy of each element, the spacing between them. So for me, that's one of, you know, like a very strong projects, like showing all these levels of complexities, like coming together in this very, you know, like successful way in a way. So yeah, thank you so much for all this consistent hard work. And you know, like I think that like after the VR lab, like your vacation will very quickly start, because you won't have like a lot to really redo at this phase, which is what we aim for as much as possible. But I think that like you're going to be one of those teams that, you know, like you have plenty of time to really rethink or you know, like imagine some things on the presentation line, which gives you a lot of time to really focus on presentation rather than the assets, because I think that like you have everything you need. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great job, and actually your presentation gave me chills personally. Yeah, that is something. I mean, at least for me, it was quite clear, you know, the vibe that was said by Huxley and by Orwell. You know, you just gave it a new taste, sort of. I'm not sure if you were inspired by their work or by what has happened throughout the human history. I mean, that's very, very powerful, I would say. I mean, it's not just a project that you hear about and you forget. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for the experience that one has when you shared. I really love what you did spatially there, in terms of, you know, having, especially, you know, in terms of all the structure and so on and so forth. So you have the tension, you use the colors to emphasize that, you use the geometry to emphasize that, so that you have a different way in which amalgamations are structured for the cyborgs and for the humans. For the cyborgs, not only it shows well, the different way of connections, but also they clearly have, they are so vast, right? And they grow so fast that humans just cannot compete with that. Also, very nice job with having this sort of bank of memories that you presented with this fractal-like structure. Very nice move there. So congrats for that. It's first I even thought, you know, maybe that it doesn't really fit the whole thing, because everything else is all organic. But on the other hand, you have this balance of something being organic, infinite, and structured at the same moment, right? That you have all of that. So yeah, great thinking on that front. I'm not sure, you know, I just have to criticize something, and not even sure where to start there. But I guess what is a bit missing is the terrain. It sort of disappears in the background. So maybe that is something that could have been emphasized a bit more. Maybe, you know, maybe with a color that would connect all of that. I'm not quite sure, you know, if you were to do that, you should do it carefully so it does not disrupt the tension that you already have there. And yeah, and maybe also, you know, some more structure into the way the cyborg amalgamations are distributed, because once again, it looks pretty unidirectional there, right? It looks like there's only one algorithm that they use, but on the other hand, you know, when I'm thinking about it, it just also makes sense in a way, because they are left well, incapable of this human experience of life and space, right? And that is also readable here. So it's very hard for me to try find some very rigid ground on which I could criticize your decisions and your design. So great job here. I'm not sure, and can you just, maybe I sort of missed it within the story, but what are those yellow areas?
Oh, these yellow areas.
Sorry, what?
There is
If there are the genetic archives. Yeah.
Oh, the genetic archives. Yeah. So maybe, you know, more clear connection from the genetic archives to the final experience bank, if there is one. So that would probably be something that could help, right? Because there are connections, right? But they are not emphasized enough, I would say, because those yellow areas, they look just like something distinct, something that is completely separated and well, from the center bank, so to speak, right? From the end destination of those. Yeah, because, you know, from your story, this is how it reads. So there are genetic harvesting areas as such, and then their end goal is to process the information and put it into the final bank for the future generations, right? So into this final singleton sort of library. So I'm lacking this a little in the concept, but nevertheless, chills just, yeah, they speak for themselves. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you for suggesting.
I'm also very happy that, you know, that you were able to use some coding in order to develop, well, functionalities for your project. I mean, tools to.
Thanks for your help, man.
Yeah, that's all your job. You know, I was just saying stuff, and you were able to hear something meaningful in this speech. So great for that. Oh, and also one last thing, the way that you shown how it grows. So the timeline experience, that is magnificent. That is very nice to see. Yeah, that is great. So thank you once again. Okay, now I'll shut up. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for kind words. Thank you.
Great job, guys. You were one of the most hardworking teams, and it really shows. I had no idea you were such good storytellers. I loved the way how you intertwined the previous chapters with this chapter and how they all come together and make sense. And yeah, I mean, it's a very good project, and it definitely raises the bar in terms of presentation and in terms of outputs. For me, I have to congratulate you. It's very well done. So, you know, this is one of those moments where we, you know, I'm like really proud to have had this kind of experience and have students that can, you know, really take it to a very, very good level. So congratulations on everything you've done. I'm really proud of your project. So yeah, great work. Great.
Thank you, Madeline. And thank you for your wonderful plugin.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Congratulations to all three of you guys. Great team, great efforts, and good commitment. So I'm really happy how you guys pulled off these colors. Like, I was super excited with the colors, to be honest. Like, your map is so rich, so detailed, and it explains everything in a very simpler manner. The way that be so complex, but the colors are so amazing. You kept it like from starting to until now. So we found the map of the happy place finally.
Yeah. We can finally show the map.
Yeah.
The whole joke. Political map.
Yeah, we are so excited for this.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Thanks you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Let's move on. Let's move on to Shivani and Akash, 8-5.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, guys.
Welcome to our Chapter 5 Cosmogony After Earth 01. I am Shivani.
And I am Akash.
Together, let us walk you through our story. The ancient Hindu prophecy foretold the end of the current Yuga, that is Kali Yuga, and the beginning of a new cycle starting from Satyuga. As the end of the world approached, scientists had predicted the demise of humanity, and the alien species had offered to allow humans to join their society if they transferred all of their data and knowledge to the aliens. The humans agreed, and the aliens created genetically modified embryos for the human souls to inhabit, resulting in ultimate hybrid human 2.0, a combination of birds, fishes, and humans. This new Earth-like world discovered was a combination of technology and spirituality. Hybrids build new habitats consisting of interconnected petal-shaped pods inspired by the lotus flower. To create and maintain the new world, the hybrid beings broke down main corpuscle into modular parts and categorized them based on the occupancy from private to public for amalgamation. A wave-like pattern was created with modular units connecting and flowing into each other. This resulted in a S-shaped organic cluster that was visually striking and highly functional when viewed from above. In the world of Human 2.0, advanced and sustainable transportation systems were designed, including the Mercurial Flyer, a private vehicle, and Atlas Mothership, a public transport. The Mercurial featured a streamlined body, foldable wings controlled by the hybrid's minds. The Atlas had aerodynamic wings and ability to carry private vehicle on its top deck. The dock served as functional transportation hub, having a radial structure providing private vehicle parking and waiting area for hybrids and public vehicle. Resulting public networks swirls around amalgamation, and private networks were embedded within them.
At the grand scale of this cosmogony, the attributes of the universe manifested through autonomous efforts. The phenomenon arose from the interaction between different intelligent beings, blending both organic and spiritual consciousness. Researchers delved into depths, conducting studies utilizing advanced tools. The hybrids embarked on a quest to find an ideal site, and their search led them to a majestic region filled with canyons. These canyons meet the sea starting from inside of the forest area. These potential hybrid beings area are in close proximity to the existing alien colonies. Adjacent to the settlement site, the hybrids identify locations with abundant resources suitable for the industrial area. Further exploration revealed pockets that were ideal for public spaces that would serve as meeting points for the hybrids and alien inhabitants. The planet's population grew rapidly and cities expanded. Highways stretched across the landscape, connecting hybrid communities and the alien settlements. These highways served as a vital transit routes, facilitating the seamless flow of beings from different backgrounds. As the cities expanded, hybrids devised innovative solutions to accommodate the increasing populations. The sea links that bridged land masses became symbol of progress and connectivity. With each expansion, careful considerations was given to the coexistence of industrial areas with the surrounding ecosystems.
Initial amalgamation was a result of combination of towers, bridges, and horizontal aggregation, resulting in a unique urban landscape characterized by its vertical diversity, interconnectedness, and the harmonious integration of different elements. With the three key elements, hybrids continued to generate variations in amalgamation. The process of creating colonies involved carefully selecting compatible amalgamation variations that could complement each other in terms of aesthetics and functionality. The combination of multiple colonies created a dynamic and ever-evolving urban landscape. The hybrids recognized the importance of preserving the delicate ecobalance between their urban development and the natural environment. To achieve this, they made a conscious decision to leave vast expanses of green land untouched, acting as buffers between their cities and the surrounding natural landscapes. In their pursuit of sustainable practices, the hybrids harnessed replenishable resources to meet their energy needs. Solar energy was widely utilized, with solar panels integrated into the architecture of their buildings and structures. Hydro energy derived from nearby water bodies was also harnessed through advanced technologies. Waterways and sea links were created, allowing for navigation and trade.
Hybrids strategically laid their habitats and urban developments, taking into consideration the location of alien colonies. Networks were established on both land and water, connecting hybrid communities and alien settlements. Roads and pathways span across the land, facilitating easy movement and interaction between the different communities. By intentionally locating these public areas in close proximity to both hybrid and alien settlements, the hybrid sought to strengthen the bonds and understanding between the two species. It was a testament to the power of unity, cooperation, and the potential that lies within hybrids to achieve greatness when embracing the unknown. In this vibrant and interconnected world, the hybrid civilization thrived, embodying the harmonious coexistence of humans, aliens, and nature. The story became an inspiration, a testament to the boundless possibilities that emerge when diverse beings come together to forge a shared destiny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Love the work. I love the final result. Can we see a little bit more of the map, like this, how it's like integrated and everything? I think that like you've done a great job again connecting all the pieces and creating such a beautiful map, and you know, like getting like all the networks and all the logics together. I do feel that the explanation about like how everything is coming together, especially when you're showing like each level of you know, like what you're working with, it's a little bit lacking maybe like information, especially on the levels where you have the diagrams, exploded diagram, right? Or maybe like you haven't had the opportunity maybe like to emphasize a little bit more about like some of the logics behind like, yeah, this growth, more of these maps. Oh yeah, because you have them in two separate ones, so it's difficult, yeah, like to really, yeah, read all the parts. They're not just one, so they're like this one part and another like part. How are you differentiating them? Why are they not like again like in one like map like throughout like the layers, but more like the right and the left hand side?
So basically, the right side was all about like amalgamations and the residential areas with public areas, whereas the left one was just the private networks and all the natural elements that were present and the areas located. So like the left one shows the industrial areas, the green lands, and the two main like the highway and the sea link. Whereas the right one shows like more densely packed spaces. So yeah, that was the distribution.
I believe that because you're mapping them into the same map, right? Like they're part of one thing, like basically like creating a space that like they all line up, like for me, like it would make more sense. And then like you understand like the layering and the logics rather than there is a little bit of arbitrary really like separation just for visual, you know, purposes, but it actually like in my opinion, it harms you more than it actually like helps you in that way, because you can perceive like all the parts. And also again like the Greenland, right, like it's exactly the same like height map that you're using in both cases. So since you are layering these together, I think that they need to be like in one diagram. Other than that, I think that you guys like are working very well together, right? Like you're really you know, like reaching really good goals, and you know, like it's evident that like you guys are getting more and more comfortable with like computational design and how to really go about it and how to really, you know, create visually appealing work, how to present it. So I feel that like you're doing like an incredible job really like on your growth throughout the program, and you're one of these teams that, you know, doesn't give up and is there for each other, no matter, you know, like ups and downs and whatever it is. Like you guys have sticked with each other and really helped each other out. And I think that that's really commendable. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So can we please go back to the overall map that encapsulates everything? Yeah, this. So first of all, I really liked your story, and especially the way you ended it, and there were, it was positioned quite well. So that after hearing it, one sort of have, the expectation is to see, right, the very balanced solution for something that has already been existing on the site and something that came across as new, right? And what I don't see enough of is because once again, you mentioned in your concept, you emphasized it as paramount, and I just don't see it. I don't see enough of communication between the two life forms that found a way to live together in harmony, right? Even though it is there. So if you magnify a little bit, you can see that in some alien settlements you have the amalgamations as well, right? Yeah, exactly. But it's not quite visible. You don't see the real correspondence between the two. You don't see this feature of architecture that you've also mentioned here, that their architecture is extremely flexible to adapt to different sites and initial conditions. And so you have those here, right? You have the initial conditions. You've designed the settlements of the aliens there. I don't really see how your amalgamations embodied that concept, right? I mean, here is actually a good example, right? Because you have both of sorts, but it's not that obvious. Maybe that has to do with the colors that you use. Maybe that has to do with with just how the information on your map is organized. So maybe that is something that you might change a bit, right? Because you have your amalgamations sort of they're not that visible, because the alien life forms they're very visible, right? This is very clear where they are, but your amalgamations are absolutely, they sort of disappear in the context. So that said, also you've emphasized that your civilization is very is aiming towards this balance with the natural environment, which is once again one of the most beautiful parts of architecture and of design and architecture. So finding a proper way to fit into the context, right? And what I'm liking here is how your initial map just disappeared, right? So you said that, you emphasized that, and then your map, so sort of, the basis, the natural environment in which everything emerges, just completely disappeared. So yeah.
Yeah, these spots that you see here are basically not some gradients or patterns. Those are basically the green lands. We did not focus it quite a lot. It blended actually with the map. So I guess, yeah, again, the color is, and the opacity is the issue maybe.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's more about your mode of thinking, right? So in this, as far as I remember, your map, you have this contrast between the land and the water, between the heights and the lows. It's completely disappeared. You unfortunately, yeah, it is not communicated in this project, and you were able to incorporate those very organic connections there, and I mean, it really makes sense to me when you talk about it, but this is not something that I can see in the final analysis, just because it's just you only have the gray and the black from in the final map, and that's just, yeah, that's something that's very unfortunate here, because once again your concept is nice. As far as I know, what a nice concept can be. I mean, it speaks for itself, right? It's just it's not using enough words. Maybe let's put it that way. Also, you have those on this left-hand side of the map. You have those greenish networks created by nuclei. So what are those exactly? Yeah, so to the right of this purple core, this thing, what is it? What is this sort of archipelago?
The purple network.
If you take your cursor more to the right and down, you see there are a lot of this very algae-like connections. Well, what are those?
Basically, these networks are on the edge of the landmass. So from there, they branch out to go for the
Water.
sea links. and go to the next island or the next landmass. So basically, they're
they
branching out.
actually also have these docks for transport purpose. So the end of routes are basically the docks present for navigation and transport purpose, like trade and transport.
Yeah, but those dogs are the purple ones, right? They are the ones that connect to the center.
No. The purple ones are the sea link connecting the two, the land masses. But the cyan ones are basically the docks.
So we have a lot of docks there.
Yeah.
Okay, and they are interconnected to the other part of the land, so to speak, via those main blue-ish connections.
Yeah, they're connected with the highways. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't think that I have any more comments, but please, yeah, do something about, because what was beautiful about your concept is the balance, that you don't populate all the terrain. And I really love that. I mean, this is very, very nice architecture-wise, very sustainable. So try emphasizing that as well, because once again, it's completely, it dies out, right? Because you don't see it. You just see the blackish, grayish background, and that's definitely not enough for a concept to actually show its whole potential and your idea as a total. Because once again, it's strong, right? You're losing some points there.
Okay, I guess we will work on the map. So yeah, that is all the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, you have good hierarchy, but I think that Kirill is right. I feel the same, that you can only see one type of population. The other one, like the other colonies, are not visible enough. So it's a question of representation. Then again, what you did on the with the networks of what happens on the water. I know it was the last step, but it doesn't really connect to the others so much, in the sense that you have so many docks there, and then from all those docks you only pick a few that connect to the others. So maybe that should have been, once you had those connections on the sea, then having some kind of re-simulation of the algorithm, so that the land and the sea are more connected to each other. That would be one comment. Other than that, I really like the way you represent the amalgamations. I mean the shapes. Just the colors need to be like the purple ones should be more emphasized so that we see them more. The project in itself is quite nice in the sense that you can really see the hierarchy, you can really see the zoning, you can see the contrast between the two populations. There is, of course, this kind of question of how, when you make the two kind of amalgamations, how they kind of like communicate to each other, because it just seems that the alien population is left on the outskirts of the cities, and sometimes just left by themselves, which is fine. But then when they live together, maybe they would have been interesting to see kind of like how they mix together in an interesting way. Yeah, so those are my comments. But all in all, I think it's a clear hierarchy. It's good to, like, the networks themselves are easy to read. I would question the idea of making the map a lot lighter, Kirill, just because I think it might not be visible what's happening with the networks and all the other complexity. But yes, I agree that in a way, since they took so much care to take the terrain into account, maybe it should have been visible in one way or another. So yeah, I mean, those are my comments. But all in all, I think it's good, and it's just a question of little tweaks in some places. And yeah, I believe it's 90% there. So good job. And yeah, please continue a little bit the work, because it would be a pity to just leave it in this stage, because it can, with some simple things, it can become a lot more precious. But it's a very good start for now.
Thank you, Madeline. We will definitely work on your comments.
Thank you, guys. I think you guys have got some nice comments to make some improvements there, but overall very nice presentation and nice colors and maps there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next team, A6, Kate and Oscar.
Okay, let's get started. So welcome to our Chapter 5 presentation of the Engineering Project. Our names are Kate and Oscar. So let's welcome you all into our symbiotic lagoon. Our story is happening in a not so distant future on the very same Earth as we are on right now. In the search for an alternative energy source, we made a discovery, a new genus of plants, known to us as symbiophytes, that grow directly in connection with the human body. Symbiophytes attach and grow from humans once we pass on. Some of the stronger coupling with symbiophytes than others, enabling incredible structures to be built. We call those people angions, vessels through which the symbiophytes get energy to grow our new environments. Together, the angions and symbiophytes have enabled us to reshape our environment and now provide us with the means necessary for the survival of our society. This ushered in an era of wonderful coexistence between us and the symbiophytes.
Maybe it's time for us to present ourselves. We are bioengineers, or as we are often called, the rooters, because we work within the root system. Our task is to understand the genetic coupling between the symbiophytes and angions. We also conduct experiments to try and improve or modify the symbiophytes. We've already presented our new Gen 8 prosthesis. With this multi-layered breakthrough, we managed to reach a stable symbiosis and created an all-season adaptable prosthesis. We also released our corpuscle as part of our Enginome project. It consists of the living unit and energy core, through which the technology of the symbiotic link is enabled. We then deployed the corpuscle into communities, a case study of which is our symbiotic lagoon, where the symbiophytes have revitalized the landscape and brought prosperity. We then developed it further, adding transport infrastructure and vehicle equipped with symbiophyte technology. We have also recently put into production an exploration crawler as a private vehicle and a high-speed train as a public vehicle.
Today we're presenting our newest piece of research on innovative methods of sustainable urbanization. This is based on principles aiming to revitalize our territories. We conducted numerous experiments to document the adaptive behavior of the complex interconnected systems. We also experimented with how the simulations work at different scales. We then chose a site, the territory where the results would be implemented. Data was collected considering dry lands and topography. This analysis gave us starting points for the district growths. As you can see, the system expands and spreads over time. And just like cells perform mitosis, once they reach a certain size, they split to form new, smaller communities, leaving the terrain behind them revitalized. This is our current district distribution, attained after many decades of slow progression. Here you can see a diagram of our master plan's layers. The transit network is distributed in 3 levels. The hierarchy includes a high-speed network, an inter-district vehicle network, as well as a local mixed-use one, serving each district. Districts mimic a cellular structure, with an internal network connecting clusters of neighborhoods on top. This is a better view of the high-speed network that provides communication among the districts. There are 2 types of district cells, young, more dispersed ones that are still forming, with less defined structures and borders, while the full-grown cells are self-reliant and establish networks and deploy living clusters. Older cells also emit local extension networks that monitor and adjust to surrounding terrain. Local and inter-district networks are based on a root growth logic, which is then discretized to form the networks.
Next, we have resource monitoring and public zones. Where the districts once were, symbiophyte woods have grown in their place. These now serve as public recreational spaces which everyone can enjoy. We perform active monitoring on some zones, destined to become woods soon. At the same time, we keep a close eye on the deserted areas, slowly revitalizing them. The shoreline is equipped with water extraction and monitoring machinery to efficiently provide it to the symbiophytes inland. This map shows us all of these zones layered atop each other. Within the districts, amalgamations are clustered and linked. These are abstracted into icons on the map. This aggregated along a central branch network of each district cell. These are topologies of growing neighborhoods. On the map, you can see all these elements coming together, centered around the symbiophyte woods where the original districts once existed, with a high-speed and local network coursing through it. There are many different districts in changing states, some older and larger, in the process of splitting, dividing a district into two new ones, going various ways to seek out new land. Some younger, still in the process of forming neighborhoods and creating the inner infrastructure necessary for survival. On the left, you can see a new territory, still being revitalized. The districts are hard at work supplying and managing resources so that it may someday become a flourishing ecosystem. That concludes the presentation of our living organic city, and thank you for coming to visit.
Pavlina, shall you start or can I?
Oh, you can.
Okay, yeah, just using the delay. Nice. Very nice concept. It was really great, to hear your story from the start. It changed a bit, I believe, but only for the best. Really, I mean, I really like the concept and how it is shown that you. I mean, this is very coherent that you start with this sort of cellular life inspiration, and you sort of put it all the way out into this urban context, into this actual very much living organism context. So that is just stunning. I really like to see your work progress throughout the course, and that you were also able to use the new knowledge to develop some of the tools to actually deliver and to manifest your ideas there. So that is also great. The only thing that I guess I don't really understand completely, and once again here I'm absolutely convinced that you can defend this, but the fact that those younger cells, they tend to look in some variations, they tend to look like circles. That is understandable in the scale, in this biological scale, and more closer to yeah, well, on the cellular scale, because of course this is the minimal surface of the cell's borders, so to speak. But in your case, since you work on the terrain, I'm not quite sure. Can you defend that? Why they are circular, even though the scale is so big? Do they still have the border, some sort of a surface around them, or what is the deal with that?
I'd say the logic behind it is like, yeah, it's to mimic this sort of cellular look. In terms of it, being on a terrain, you see, it's like, so your thought is that it would kind of deform it because of the terrain, right?
I think that in some way, right? Because, for example, for those instances where the cells are situated extremely close to the border, and you have those fjord-like, fjordish-shaped terrain,
yeah,
you don't really. I mean, it is a bit confusing for me why those are so circular.
My argument for it would be that it's kind of the shape that they would take, like you said, like that minimal surface structure, right? That they are so small and that they're still sort of, as Kate and I kind of thought about the logic, it's like the larger ones which have the living clusters in it have kind of, it's almost as if like the small ones, there's so much happening in them, they're so like hot that you can't be building, like having buildings inside of them. So they're still very much in the process of forming what would be the structures. So they're still very tight and interconnected, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess it makes sense. Also wanted to mention that I really liked how you were able to analyze the map. So that is great. And now that you've shown the full presentation, I'm very happy to see such great design in terms of, having this all in, well, using sort of, the same color palette, having it very cohesive, so to speak, right? And nevertheless, not losing information, but having, just enough. I guess you could, in principle, maybe for those cells that are more developed, you could make them introduce some more variety in the structure there, right? Like maybe some landmarks on the intersections of the axis, right? Just speaking from this urban architecture or urban design viewpoint, but nevertheless, it is something. It's a nice story that is very nicely described by your project. So great work here, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments.
Hey guys, beautiful work as always. I do have a couple of questions for you. One is about the networks. Can you read after the blue network, which is so dominant? What does it represent? Can you just remind us a little bit?
So the idea of the blue network is kind of this high-speed network that connects the districts between each other and transports resources between them as well, and kind of links all of them together. And then you have the other layers, which are more discretized, which are kind of the more local and slower speed networks, right? Yeah.
Then what about the endpoints that do not connect to anything?
It's I think the rationalization behind it would be that it's still a very it is an organic system, right? So it's still finding its way and kind of developing new paths as it goes, and connecting in different ways, basically.
And yes, some parts which are according to our concepts, there are still some lands that are in process of terraformation. So the formation of network is also not finished there.
Yes, for me, this network is so dominant outside of the cells that then the cells very much you have to really zoom in order to see these very fine connections in them. So a little bit the balance of the representation of both, I think that it might be slightly off, at least in the representation. I commend you though for using the map so clearly, right? Because now we understand what we're looking at, how things are layered, what we're working around. So that's something that you really followed very well, and the logic is very robust. I just feel that in the representation of this map, you could have found a little bit a finer balance between the way that you're showing the different networks and how they're working. I can understand that, yes, it's high speed, so you want to show a little bit of this fluidity, right? In the network, but I just feel that there is some clash with these inner connections within the cells.
I can answer your comment. I think part of the reason why we chose to make it so dominant on the big perspective is because if you zoom in, there is there's detail to be looked at different scales. So on the large scale, we wanted that network to be quite dominant. And then when you look closer, here you can see kind of the more local networks, and you can observe what's happening inside of the structures. Whereas when you're looking at the overall map, kind of when you're looking at a regular map, you might not see every house, but you see the highways and you see the main roads and you see what's happening on the large scale, right? So I think kind of try to follow that aspect.
Logic. The other thing I think that also it's that housing or separate islands of actually different purposes, right? And functions within the city, they're highlighted in the same way that inside of these cells, you're highlighting those roads and connections. And that might be also something that might be a reason for the difficulty of comprehension of the full image, right? So you could still investigate and see if there is even a color change towards the blue color that actually helps you with this narrative a little bit. better. Also, I found like very helpful the GIF that like we saw like in some of the previous like works. So you guys, like if you incorporate a little bit, like more of these like dynamic like maps and like showing like these different layers like throughout the explanation, I think again like it's going to elevate the work. But again, like as we're saying, like we are, yes, very much so. This is like very, very helpful into like understanding it, but also like bringing it towards like the final presentation and the final map. So yes, so beautiful work. You're definitely, like a superpower team. Like you're always like up to a challenge. Like you don't shy away from the complexities like of each of these like chapters. You're going to be definitely, I think, in a position of like being in a very good spot like after the VR lab and having just like to again like think of like the different aspects of the work and how to combine them rather than remaking really like the designs, which is the best position like to be in. So really congrats on all the hard work throughout all these chapters, and like reaching chapter 5 must feel good because you know that like you've completed so much and you've learned so much throughout this journey, and you were there for each other throughout like this entirety of the program.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations on the project. I agree with the previous comments. You can definitely work on the graphical representation of the project, but other than that, like the ingredients are good. One advice would be to represent what's happening inside those bubbles with the same color as the main networks, just because it's such a clear distinction between them and also like that it's clear that they're different networks, so I don't think they necessarily need to be represented in another color. The amalgamations are not visible enough in those bubbles, at least from afar. And the glow that you have inside the bubbles really makes it harder to read the intricacy and the beauty of like, really well worked networks inside. So yeah, it's a question of representation again. Another thing that I'm quite curious, as a question. So you have these bubbles, right, in which your city develops, but at the same time, like if I look at some of them, they're partially populated with your amalgamations. Can you explain why that's the case?
You mean why some of them are populated and why are not, or?
I mean, the ones that are very big, some of them are populated in a third of their like area.
Yeah, I mean, the population, like it starts to emerge from the point, and in time it's also spreading for the, like, for example, here it's maybe like, yes, 30% of the is occupied, but afterwards in time it will be all occupied. So it's the logic.
Well, I mean, if this is the logic, maybe the areas that are not so occupied should be less dense and see like a differentiation between them, or otherwise show us the areas that are complete with occupation, because it's a bit, for me, it's a bit, yeah, the way it's, I understand. I mean, and also like Pavlina's feedback showing this as in time, how it develops, could actually help you explain this a little bit better, though. But yeah, I mean, I also like, by the way, I like how the larger network at the edges of the bubbles, it starts to become finer, and you can see it in like in some areas, and I think that's really nice. It's just that if you were to represent the inside networks that happen inside the bubbles with the same color as the network, I think it's clear that they're two separate networks, and at the same time it's gonna be easier to like visually connect them more. So yeah, just graphical design kind of feedback now. Other than that, I think you have very good ingredients and very good work. That would be my feedback. So congratulations on the progress so far.
Yeah, thanks for the comment.
One fast thing, like you can show the growth of the cells within this map with like overlaying the process. Like just let's see from the first iteration to the one that you get it now. So an overlay of these layers as just a boundary of it on the map. It doesn't need to be like whole animations showing everything how it grows. So this can add more to the cell that you can. That's really little comments for you. Yeah.
Thanks. I'll look into it.
Okay, thank you guys. You guys got nice logics, nice feedbacks to work on, and I have always said that like your iterations just look like some outcomes from a research lab. So I mean, I'm really happy to see those experiments that you guys have been doing, all those iterations like inside of the cell. It looks like as your concept says about the bioengineers, it looks like it's also tied up with the concept and the logic that you guys have been working. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Okay, we have Fatma, page 7.
Can you see my screen?
And I also see myself, so maybe you can just minimize
Yeah.
the screen.
Hey, Eva. Okay. All right. Good day, everyone. I'm Fatma Farog, and this is Leoxymerosa, a tale about one of the most timeless quests of the humanoid races, finding the key to immortality. Meet Lithia, the humanoid in question, embarking on this quest. She's a transhumazoan, or a jellyfish humanoid, if you may, and on this journey she has undergone certain changes and has kept on evolving as she delves deeper into the abyss. Now, why would she embark on her quest? Because it's her duty as an Alpha Gamma, or a royal scientist, the head of the immortalisitology branch where she works and lives. So this corpuscle, as you see here, is where she's basically going over all her theoretical work. And this is her library where she loves to read and look further into her quest. Now, where's all this? Now, sorry. Now, where all of this is set, you might be wondering. Well, let me introduce you to Gorgonia. It's a bustling neighborhood for this medusic transhumazoids. Sorry, and it's a somewhat segregated community. And the different evolutionary stages of these species marks its different nodes. Nestled deep in the ocean from the seabed between the coral reefs, it grows. Now, I did say grow because all these architectural wonders you see are the after effects of the medusaic evolution as well. They either grow from the seabed and tower to unprecedented heights, or they grow from the cliffs in a mushroom-like fashion. Now let's learn more about this. Let's learn more about this bustling civilization. Where could they be located? Well, they are in the abyssal reefs of the Medusopolis. Okay, now now if you're wondering where this is actually located, it's nestled deep in the Mariana Trench, a rich biodiverse environment full of volcanoes and coral reefs total harmony, actually. So if we break down, if we break down this segregated society, like I've mentioned earlier, there's two major natural landmarks that actually shape this civilization's growth. So you've got on the left side, we've got the Valerius, the volcanic belt, which is home for the Valerians, and then we've got the Mariana Trench, which is the home of the Lithians to the east. Now, but they are not warring states. They live in harmony and they're connected by bridges across the Ad Magnum Divide, as you can see here. They're connected also by different levels of transit networks, which connect the different districts and regions to one another, as well as to other material depots and suburban areas. Now you could see that these sprouting neighborhoods to the east, like I've mentioned earlier, is the Lithian neighborhoods, dense metropolitan growth around the Mariana Trench. And to the west, we've got the Valerians who sprawl against the volcanic belt, and both connect at one point where the Mariana Trench and Valerius meet. Which brings me to the last point, which is the major public hotspots. And you could see there's 5 major zones that needs to be highlighted. There's the Juste Milieu, which is the joint capital. We've got which is the melting pot of the Lithians and the Valerians. Then there's the medicinal hub, the knowledge hub, the lagoon, and the mega emporium or the marketplace. But I'll talk about that later. Now, as for the networks, the networks they're basically 3 layers on top of one another. We've got the primary network, which bridges the Ad Magnum Divide, which is both a freeway and a sprawling railway interconnected. And then we've got the secondary network, which is the public transit lines, which is through the abyssal streams. And then we've got the tertiary network, which is basically the private vehicle routes and street networks. Now, as for the aggregation, the amalgamation, I mentioned earlier, if you can remember, that there was a certain type of amalgamation or growth, which really led to they all have a similar nature, but they grow differently based on their the biome they embedded in. So we've got different types of high density, mid density, low density suburban areas, districts based on where they're located and how far they are from the cliffs or from certain natural landmarks, as I've mentioned earlier. And these are the types of clustering, clustering types that we could witness in the map. Now, as for the major hotspots, this is the compiled network map as well as the hotspots, and you can see how they all kind of connect together. And this also shows where what they actually look like. So we've got the Dutton Ridge, which is the humanoid emporium, and it's like this mega marketplace. And then we've got the Crystal Lagoon, which is a natural landmark, and they all go to rejuvenate there. And then we've got the Chrysaora Athenium, which is the knowledge labyrinth, and it's very, very close to where Lithia, if you remember her, works and lives. And then we've got here the Juste Milieu, which is the joint capital. It's over here. And this is the Turritophysis Immortalis which is the Challenger's deep medicinal hub. It's located in the deepest part of it, and it's rich with minerals, and that's why it's embedded there. Now, to understand and absorb Medusonia once, to really understand it, we can first, there's some images that could help. So if we're talking about Valerius or the volcanic belt and the Valerian industrial neighborhood, this is kind of what we're talking about. These are Midjourney images, by the way, but there's some embedded amalgamation images there as well. But here you could see how these will differ. They look different than their transhuman, the Lithian or the true blood amalgamations. And then we've got the Juste Milieu, and this is basic, and the medicinal hub as well. And this is a sort of what they would necessarily look like. And this is like this huge political hub, or where the Lithian and Valerians really can combine, because otherwise, again, it's a segregated community. So the other districts, like anything related to the Lithians, they kind of keep it separate, because again, segregation. It's even there. That's
I think. And then there's the Duttonridge, which is the mega emporium that I was talking about, and the Knowledge Labyrinth, which is close to where Lithia lives. And also we've got the Crystal Lagoon, which is kind of like this natural habitat and where they just like reside and like, you know, go to a retreat of some sort. And that is all. Thank you so much. I stop. Can anyone hear me? Have I been presenting to myself? I hope not.
No, we've heard you.
Oh,
No, we didn't. I think you need to repeat.
I was gonna panic for a second. I was like, no.
Thank you, Fatma. No, you did, you know, like a good presentation. I think that like it's commendable that you are trying to envision every part of like what you're designing, and I like that like you're really like trying to emphasize that and show, you know, like how it actually looks. I believe though that like in the images, because like obviously some were created throughout the you know, chapters and others like through Midjourney, there is a little bit of disconnect of you know, like just the images and the cohesiveness of you know, like just the shown work. But other than that, I feel that like one of your biggest advantages is always that like you are very thorough and very thoughtful about like every, you know, like step you're taking, and I feel that like this is really like connecting all aspects of the ideas that you have. So I think that like again, presentation wise, obviously there is a lot of room for improvement, not just like on, you know, like the levels of like what exactly like information you're giving, but also like on the visual. So everything is really cohesive from beginning to end. Other than that, I feel that like a lot of the explanations on the logics of how you're building, like they are there, and we can understand a lot of that. But again, like the graphical representations sometimes are a little bit behind. It's like from my point of view.
Really like your concept. I mean, it's a very complex story, and as Pavlina noticed, you were able to develop sort of, you know, to develop this concept from a lot of different perspectives, and that is great. That is just fascinating, actually. It's a very hard thing to do, and no doubt about that. So great. I also, but what I really liked here is, especially in your storytelling, that it was just not structured well enough, in a way that, you know, you were sort of losing the grips from one part of the story to another. You had, and I understand that this might be the stress or something like that, but that is also something that we saw during your process, because once again, you were, I mean, if we take a look at your pseudocode, because you prepared one of the best pseudocodes that I've seen during this course, you are absolutely capable of structuring your ideas in such a way where you could just, you know, you could take something that is a system that, well, there are a lot of things going on at the same time, and you were able to sort of put it one thing after another, right? You were able to sequentialize something that is going on in parallel. So that's why, you know, I'm not quite happy about your presentation, because once again, on the basis of the pseudocode, I'm absolutely convinced that you can do a much better job with this. So probably the stress is great that it's not the final, right? That you will have one more presentation later, or at least this is how I understand it. So yeah, work on that. Work on how you present, so that you don't have those points where you are lost a little. And try to structure that, and you will see that you will have the space for improvisation that you're obviously quite good at. And if we go to your final map, yeah, so is that the one? Yeah, that one. Here, once again, it doesn't tell all the story, unfortunately, because you, once again, you came up with such a great concept, with a lot of complexity in there that intertwines in such elegant manner when you actually know story when we take a look at all of the maps that you prepared, all of the inspirations and images that you were able to generate, and that is something that is not entirely present on this map. And I just I remember a lot from talking to you about your concept, and I don't see half of the things that we were talking about, right? You've had those different layers there, and different layers on the depth of the trench, and they had different functions. I mean, your pseudocode sort of explained it so well. I would like to see more of that in your project, because just right now it's definitely not enough. Nevertheless, you have created yeah. So let's go back there. Yeah. So nevertheless, you have created something that at least in part, well, looks like an urban plan. For this matter, you definitely, there is an idea in it, right? It's not just random placing of the points. I'm not quite sure about the connections, because there are no real hierarchy, outside of the trench. I mean, we can see that the most important connections are, of course, between the two base sort of archipelagos that you have there. I don't remember the names, unfortunately, but some of the connections are sort of outside, and it's not clear why they are there or what they connect to. So definitely would be great to see more of that. And of course, yeah, you already emphasized all that you want to have there. Just please put it there. And in your particular case, I would also say that it would be extremely beneficial to see some section, at least one, at least one section through the Mariana Trench that also shows those complex structures, mushroom-like structures that emerge on different altitudes in different styles. I mean, when you're saying about it, one instantaneously pictures it. It would be great to see what your interpretation of that is. Yeah, so something like that. Nevertheless, thank you for the good work, and yeah, just don't give up.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, so you had a good presentation in terms of like the logic. It's just that it's not so visible on the map, and my idea is that I think your networks are not so differentiated one from the other. Especially everything that's so the primary network is okay. I think it's fine, and it's okay, but the others are just like, they look as if they go all over the place, and they are at the same kind of scale. So when you put them all together, one on top of the other, they just seem like they kind of don't communicate so much, and they create a little bit of chaos. So yeah, I gave you this feedback before, I believe. So I think this is what you should be working on. Like, maybe you have some more empty areas on the map. Maybe you have some areas that are influenced, at least on the bottom side. I see some higher areas on the map, and some lower areas. Maybe the terrain will start influencing them a little bit more. So little things like this can make it a lot more readable and a lot more intentional. So yeah, you know what to do. It's just a question of like, I think you need to work more on this. But the primary network, again, it's a very good start. The other two, though, you should really think of them a little bit more and see where they are placed and why and how they look like. Just to see more differentiation, more empty spaces. Yeah, things like that. So good luck with the next steps, and hopefully we can see some good improvement after this, because the intention is there. You have the ideas are there. It's just in terms of implementation, it just feels like there's more work needed for this to get in a very good position.
Yeah.
Thank you for the comments, guys. Yeah, I do think that like Fatma, you have a lot of potential really, like to create something really unique. And I think that that's where, you know, like some of these comments are coming because like you're exhibiting, you know, like very big, you know, like potential into like creating this very cohesive project, but then like it just like different parts like fall apart like in the cracks, right? Like and then like the storyline is just not as, you know, like strong as it could be. And because obviously like we are able to see this potential, that's why like we're pushing you further like to, you know, like develop those and really, you know, focus and deliver, you know, like the higher quality of work that you are able to, because at the end of the day, like the program is almost over, right? So again, like you have a lot of material you have created, not just in this chapter, but in the previous ones, that I think that like a lot of editing and just self-reflection are going to really help you consolidate and see like how really like to present this work in the best possible way.
I've got a lot of work to do. But yeah, you're right. Like I really understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate it honestly. Thank you. Like I know it's been a rocky road, but like thank you so much for the comments and the support, and I'll work hard.
Yeah, just
good luck with that.
Focused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard to be ambitious, so you know, won't be easy, but definitely worth it in your case. So absolutely, I mean, in any case, but we're talking about you now, so yeah, just luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fatima. You got really nice feedbacks, and you know what I have to say. We need to work on how it has to be presented and all that stuff. So you know it, and it just needs work. But your commitment is there, your work is there, so definitely you will get through that as well. So just keep working in the direction that's been told, and you'll be there for the final presentation.
All right. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And I think this was the last group from A, so we can go for a break for 10 minutes.
Perfect. Yes, let's reconvene here. That's basically, yes, exactly. In 10 minutes, going back and going into group B. Exciting. Perfect. Thank you, guys.
See you later.
Wait, guys, wait.
I'm just sharing the screen.
Okay. Ready?
No, not yet, not yet.
I think we're still waiting for people.
Yeah, that's a few more minutes. So we go B1 and then we go again with order B1, B2, B3. Okay, guys, let's start. So basically, B6 will share one common concept with two separated projects. Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. Our team is made up of Palmira, Victor, and myself, Mauricio. Today, we will present to you the two factions of the fifth chapter of Sabu. Sabu is a story of love, mystery, vengeance, and rebellion, a story of the eternal conflict of good versus evil.
It all begins when Starry, a clone from the year 2914, travels to the year 2405 in order to change the course of the future. He falls in love with Kara and they conceive a beautiful baby girl, Sabu. After Starry is caught sabotaging the Vita lab, He is forced to flee to safety, taking both Kara and the baby with him. During the escape, Starry is killed, but Kara and their daughter flee on a space vessel. In the year 2914, Savo and her mother crash on planet Earth, with her mother dying on impact. Maestro Ido takes Savo under his wing and protects her as his own. As the years and decades passed, society struggled with the environmental disasters, famine, sea level rise, and global warming. Coastal cities have flooded, landlocked cities have scorched in the sun, and humans have been forced to adapt and sustain. Classism is at its worst, as those living in poverty have been forced to the water, while those in power have modified the human genome.
The Virta people leave the flooded cities and build Lumo, the city of light. Tall and white skyscrapers reminiscent of the purity and godliness are erected in the honor of the demigods the Virta have become. The Maro, on the other hand, have adapted to their water city Malhela, becoming one with the sea through a blending of mutation and augmentation. Tensions between the Virta and Maro rise as the Virta enforce their superiority, causing an imbalance of power and resources. But Savo is no longer watching. She prepares to fight for her right to live freely. This is Savo, the salvation for the Maro people. A half-human, half-clone, she is ready to fight with the help of her biological augmentations. These creatures symbiotically aid her to withstand anything the Virta may throw her way while delivering maximum damage to her enemy. Savo cohabitates with her mentor, Maestro Ido, in a partially submerged biophilic dwelling. Here, they prepare for the future of the Maro people and the ultimate battle between the Virta and the Maro. The clock ticks as Savo prepares for their inevitable battle. In the meantime, something is also brewing in the hills of Lumo as the Virta soldiers train for bloodshed. As part of the design process, I used Midjourney to conceptualize the cities in which the Maro live, how they commute, and how their cities grow. Using Grasshopper and Nuclei, I started to explore various data of mapping, finding strategies for networking in the world of the Maro. We began by finding a location that made sense for our storyline. In this case, we chose Scandinavia for its rich diversity in topography. We knew from the start we would want conflict over our maps, as our story has many moments of overlap between the two factions. Extracting biological, geographical, and weather data was the obvious next step, as these would influence the overall design of this project. The Maro people are a people of adaptability. They began life like any other, dwelling as humans in various urban cities. Biological and chemical pollution leads to several areas of notable mutation. This leads to a generation of new cities, some attached to existing ruins of the old world, while others submerged underwater and dependent on trenches and sea life. Natural sea currents and winds influence the way these cities develop and affect overall density formations. In areas where these conditions meet and overlap, we begin to see clusters of density. These become fertile ground for city centers and populations. Due to the ever-present risk of exposure to the Virta people, the Maro generate methods of transportation and commuting underwater. These waterways interconnect all major clusters of population while avoiding Virta territories. Simultaneously, using old pathways and secret tunnels on land and bridges, the Maro generate a secondary network that interconnects all major clusters and goes mostly unnoticed by the Virta. Maro territory stretches far across the land, with higher densities surrounding water, open lakes, and coastal edges. In regions of overlap, we have developed clusters of mutant populations. These form provinces that reign over their respective territories. Waterway network allows for inter-province connection while hidden from the Virta. Old pathways, tunnels, and bridges allow for the Maro to go unnoticed by land. Aggregation of barnacle-like dwellings interconnecting and growing organically begins to form neighborhoods, cities, and provinces for the Maro people. Upon closer inspection, we see that each cluster holds within it a combination of the following three categories: networks, aggregation, and research and development. The networks, the primary network by water, the secondary network by land, and the third network, the tertiary network within clusters. The aggregations, civilian aggregations for public and private, and military aggregation for public and private. And finally, research and development in natural reserves, fortified laboratories, and reef synthesis. The province of Malhela is the northernmost region and the fortified capital state of the Mar Homo. The Integreco province is a civilian territory specializing in fishing and sea life. The Havas province is a civilian territory with a strong focus on research and academia. The Blondolino province is a civilian territory with a focus on military and militia training. The Poro province is a military base focused on training, warfare, and bioweaponry. The Arboreto province is a civilian territory with a focus on research and academia. The Sancta province is the military base for the Maro armies. The Rando province is a military territory with a focus on civilian and militia training. The Nesto province is a civilian territory specializing in fishing and sea life. And the Captas province is a civilian territory with a focus on civilian and militia training. They are the Maro, emblematic of adaptability, resilience, and strength. The many in numbers, the strong in unity, and they are ready. Thank you.
Guys, thank you for the presentation. I love that you came together to do this presentation. I love that again you guys are thinking about all these very rich story, but again it came together. It looks very cohesive. It it's very well explained. So from my side, I think that you did wonderfully. Again, coming back, and presenting this together. So kudos from me.
Thank you.
You have such a vast story. I mean, there is a lot going on. There is these different political tensions, and you were able to express it actually spatially. So that is what I liked about your project. I mean, I'm talking about the three of you, right? Not only Valmira. So that you had this idea of this political tension of a lot of basically tensions between the ideas and the lifestyles, right? And you were able to express that in this architectural form, in this more urban form. So that's great. That's absolutely correct for that. And taking a look at your final map, I would say you described to us in the very end what are the main cities, right? And this was this was the only thing that I don't think is finished. Because what would be better is to have maybe once again your project talk more, right? Because you were able to describe it. You can all, of course, defend your ideas and explain why certain cities are more devoted to certain functionalities for the society, but this is not visible on the map, right? If you told me now, show me the chosen city, I would have to think, right? I would have to compare those or something. I would have to think twice in order to find which one are we talking about. So it would be great maybe to emphasize those functionalities more with design-wise, right? Can be geometrically, can be also with the use of color, because now we can see that you have basically two dominant colors, and you have and you have three dominant functions, right? So that is something that you can definitely improve there in order for this project to defend itself better, I would say. But all in all, I love your concept from the very beginning to the very end. Very interesting, and that's definitely a story. It's always interesting to hear, and it would be great, to hear more about, right? So I was also hoping that that you will sort of. Although we'll see what the guys will present with, but maybe more tension, more connection between the two, and yeah, that's definitely the case. I would like to hear the story. I mean, in the final analysis someday, all together, right? So not as separate projects, that's for sure. But I guess that's the stage, right? I mean, that is the way it works now. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to respond to showing the other side, we had to kind of choose like one layer of the other faction to show it instead of overlapping both maps because it got a little overwhelming. And so in my map, I just have like their major city interconnections, but I didn't want to talk about it too much because they're going to talk about it. So that's
why it's so hard, right? That's why it's so hard when you decided to divide it into two to explain it in such a way where nothing is missing. But yeah, luckily, luckily for Madeline and myself, and also of course Tong and Ebba, we took a close look at the way your projects developed. So I guess for us it's a bit easier. For Pavlina or Mike, I think, yeah, or Cevelina for that matter. So
thank you.
Thank you. That's a very unexpected silence. Yeah. Who is the next?
What have I done?
Yeah, you left people speechless. Congratulations.
All right, so shall we take over then? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do it. Now Victor and I are presenting the second part of Savo. This is Hela, the result of the most recent genetic experiments of the Virta. With superpowers and technological enhancements, he is built for war. Hela and the other troopers live in these structures, lightweight and durable. Designed for the flying occupants with many openings and entryways. And precious interiors that speak to their pride. More recently, the Virta built a settlement near to the water to tighten their grip on the rebellious Maru. And implemented the necessary infrastructure and transport systems, including their battleship, the Hornet, and the trooper craft Wasp. The work of a previous chapter was used to inspire the map style, and the combination of mountain with surrounding waters, we abstracted and defined our amalgamations, and soon decided to use a map of Scandinavia to cater to the different environments our story is based around. This allowed us to quickly iterate and ideate completely different networks in nuclei.
To create a map that considers the local characteristics, these data maps were introduced. This resource map shows locations of metals and other valuable resources. The height map is crucial for the way of life of the flying Virta population. Unique to Scandinavia are the northern lights that influence the magnetic field. And lastly, the Virta are relying on hydrogen as their fuel and energy source. This humidity map provides a natural distribution that impacts the urban planning. Based on this information, 17 provinces were defined and distributed across the terrain, relying on 6 economies: power, defense, governance, gene editing, mining, and the civil sector. An algorithm is used to evaluate the data around the specified locations and creates a deeper understanding of the composition of each province, like in this example where it is possible to identify the provinces with the highest number of military facilities. And similarly for each of the other sectors. Minejo, for example, with 10% can now be classified as the biggest contributor of mining in the Virtan society. A city in Minejo might look like this, where it becomes obvious that mining is the fundamental driver of the city. Provinces like Nordica or Bellulino, with high amounts of humidity, become energy distributors, with cities that may look like this. This map shows the distribution of research labs. The high-tech instruments are sensitive to the magnetic field, which explains why the northern part of the map, where northern lights have the biggest impact, are not suitable locations for gene research.
At this moment, the Virtu nation has 8.9 million citizens. Compiling all this information provides a representative picture of the life in and around each province and their dominant sectors.
The result is the map of the Virtu nation. 4 networks stacked as complex systems on top of each other. The tertiary network is characterized by the natural integration of the secret military base at the mountain tops, consideration of the elevations and less directional parts of the map, with more even terrain. In the overall composition, we can clearly make out the mountain tops. It's the top secret, maximum security military base of the Virtu, where captured Maro are being kept and experimented on, while the base network is mostly covered by other systems. The secondary network is responsible for the distribution of resources. It is growing from the eastern side of the map to the mountain's peak. From there, it's faded into the western part of the map. The overall map reveals the main resource wells where paths radically cross westwards and rely on the fast aerial mode of transportation to avoid unnecessary delay. The primary network connects all provinces, but also reach beyond them to allow further expansion into new territory. Close to the metropolitan areas, the connect province of the high population, the networks create circular pathways in addition to the direct links between the province centers. The defensive network is a clear protection line between the heart of the Virtu nation and the water beyond its borders. Heavy military presence is granted at the southeastern region, where Maru recently expanded to avoid them breaching the inner sea.
In order to represent the specialized cities, the amalgamation is being represented in these 6 different styles. They can be composed in small ball districts or semi-closed ones, depending on the environment, and grow into bigger chain districts or superclusters. The clusters avoid the primary network and flow alongside the tertiary base layer in consideration of the terrain. The secondary networks provide a direct connection between cities and allow for exchange of goods and resources. And this small city, that's Lumo, the prototypical city of the Virtu, which is used as template for all other cities of the Virtu nation, resulting in this vast expansion of the Virtu society. The Virtu nation glows in the darkness, surrounded by water that is never still. It is a reminder that their goal of becoming the next gods is not yet fulfilled, as their only remaining enemy keeps lurking underneath the surface. This was Savo Chapter 5. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Using the moment of silence to pop in. Great job, guys. Absolutely stunning. And I hope the judges, the jury, they will notice, how you went through the design process in terms of deciding which functions will be placed where. So I really enjoyed this analytical process in terms of using what you have at hand. In terms of your terrain and in terms of the data that you were able to collect about this terrain and surrounding it. So yeah, great work here. I guess once again, I really like the tension that you were able to create there together. Well, when on the opposite side of Valmira's work, right? So there's absolutely battle-ish tension that we have there. That is great. I guess the only negative comment or the only critics that I would just have to give you is the one that I gave Valmira, that the functionality. When we take a look at the map, right, we cannot really distinguish too much between different cities that you have there. While in your concept you you were able to very clearly separate different functions for your society. And for example, I've been looking forward to see some landmarks, some very crucial contrasting out points where the governance is, and something that would very much emphasize the structure of your society, because this is already there in your concept, right? Just that is what I'm liking here about a little bit, right? That you are not able to push it out for the ones who are not that familiar with your project. So maybe, yeah, my suggestion for both for you and Valmira to do that would be, you know, try to forget that you know anything about those projects, although it's a very abstract thing to say. So sorry for that. Try to imagine that you're explaining it to somebody who doesn't know what a society is, what a structure is, right? Just show them the hierarchy of different things that you already have there. And yeah, and thank you very much for the great job. It has been a pleasure to work with your group all the time. I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to say that you were better than others or something, right? But it's just, I already said it, so sorry.
Totally politically incorrect.
Yeah. That was also about the project. What can I say? I'm a bad tutor.
Great.
You guys did wonderful work. And you're thinking about so many different levels of complexity. I love again how you tackled a totally different side of the project and of storytelling, because it's such a rich, right, space. And I feel that you really did an amazing job being complementing each other, presenting together. You started together, and it just makes so much sense to me. I love to see that. Really, it makes me super happy. So, but yeah, on the work, really everything's cohesive, so well explained, so beautifully put. Obviously, I think that Kirill gave us some really good comments there on the more tangible results that you were working towards them, and I agree with them. But other than that, beautiful from both sides, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I agree with Pavlina. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I agree with Pavlina. It's really beautiful work. Congratulations, guys. It's amazing, amazing visuals. All the work is really good. It was also very interesting to hear the two different approaches. First Valmira and after that from you. So congratulations to all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So
Hi.
congratulations to the team. Valmira, I didn't give any feedback because I wanted to see the whole thing. So I think you know me. I told you this before. I'm not a big fan of very complex storylines, but I think you presented it in a good way this time. My feedback is the following. Victor and Mauricio, you have one of the best looking networks that I've seen. In terms of aesthetics, they really look absolutely amazing. Valmira, you have one of the nicest aggregations, the way they look. But for both of the themes, I think because your storyline is so complex and you wanted to do so many things, it's becoming on both of the maps, it's becoming a little bit unclear when you put all the logics together in terms of hierarchy. If I take the maps separately, all of you have very beautiful results. If I take the layers of the maps separately, it's just that when they are put together, it's a bit hard to it's clear to see the hierarchy, but still it's a bit hard for some points to really really understand the whole story. I mean, it's a nice story, but it's so complex, and it's just looking at the maps, at the final maps, it's really hard to read that from my personal point of view. But other than that, I think you produced amazing work. especially Victor and Mauricio, like your networks are like taken separately. They are absolutely beautiful. So great job on that. I know how hard you worked. I don't even know how to advise you on how to make them clearer. I mean, I've tried. I know you tried as well. But yeah, I also suspect that there's this thing with the, maybe you were a little bit unlucky with the map that you chose, because it has like the Scandinavian kind of map has so many terrain features that in such a narrow way that it's hard to deploy so much complexity. But yeah, I mean, individually the layers are very good. Together, I think they could have been better, but I don't know how to advise you to do that. But all in all, from my side, congratulations on the work. It's very good work. And at the same time, we have to take into account the fact that it was a lot of work and great results, but also the time was so short, like in 2 weeks, having so much complexity was really hard to put together. But yeah, like good job. So yeah, I'm very proud of the results that you have.
Thank you very much. Really nice to hear these words.
Yeah, I have to apologize also because we've been commenting on that with the other groups, and it would be it wouldn't be right, to leave you without that comment. The map disappeared again. So bring it back, please.
The map disappeared?
Yeah, the map is not present here. We can't see it really. I mean, it's populated completely with your project, of course, but no, the map disappeared.
Yeah, can't you see?
Yeah, I have really poor eyesight. And I'm too poor to buy glasses. So, if there are such people there as me, yeah. And if you still want them to see your project, please introduce some map.
Understood.
No, but jokes aside, it's of course it's your project and you decide whether you need the map or not. But I just feel like we cannot leave it without a comment, because it has been a comment in the other group. Of course, in your case, in your particular case, it's a lot more populated. Valmira has some more map, so maybe take inspiration from her. Maybe. But once again, all the decisions, and you showed it that you're very good at making the decisions. That was also pretty funny because the Virta are the more rigid ones, and your decisions are very clear, while Moro are more, well, more artistic, right? And their decisions are not as sorry, what was that? Organic. Yeah, right. And their manifestation is a lot less rigid. So yeah, thanks for the story.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next team. We have B3. So this will be the last change, and then we will have a normal order. Hello, guys.
Hello. Can you see this?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks.
Do you want to talk for a second, Michael?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good.
Nice.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Over thousands of years, a callous exterior has formed over a pocket of energy in a galaxy far away, creating a barren planet. This planet is largely uninhabited, yet it exudes energy across its landscape.
Roaming the planet are two solemn keepers who have the ability to wield and maintain energy. The Dawn Keeper is hardy and meaty. The blubbery mushroom-like forms help to keep this keeper warm and protected.
The Dusk Keeper is crunchy and callous, with pinecone prickles protruding out from the core of the keeper. These forms help to catch and store energy in their nooks.
The keepers roam the planet, taking care of the migrating mothers. Within each mother are two competing ecosystems, living in harmony.
The Dusk Mother alters between dry and dewy. The dusty creatures are like mites and crustaceans across the surface, nuzzling in between dust and air, while the dewy creatures here like to crawl and hop.
The dusk mother is made up of hundreds of dusk habitats. Each habitat houses creatures of their own.
Here we see a dusk creature who resides within the habitats within the ecosystems. This creature crawls as he helps maintain his home.
The dawn mother, light and airy with a sense of gravity different from our own, this ecosystem is filled with vascular, bubbly tubes with bulbous, slimy creatures meandering within. This mother houses the winter and water biomes.
The dawn mother is made up of dawn habitats that alternate between cold and crusty materials and wet and gelatinous materials.
Residing within the dawn habitats are dawn creatures who zoom through the gooey areas within.
Embarking on a voyage through time, we witness the genesis of this extraordinary planet.
Nestled deep within the planet is a molten energy core that thrives as an ever-transforming entity in perpetual motion.
Emerging from this vibrant core, resilient masses of rock collide, giving birth to a tapestry akin to tectonic plates.
Resonating with the planet's very heartbeat, these interconnected plates serve as conduits for raw power, engaged in an eternal ballet of collision and division.
Their choreography unveils ethereal crevasses and ravines, ablaze with untamed vitality.
With each graceful shift and clash, the swirling energy cores beneath the surface rearrange dynamically, perpetuating an age-old cycle.
As we venture further, the energy core reveals itself as the driving force behind the entire planet, guiding the crust's density with unwavering purpose.
This planet is volatile, constantly changing and evolving. As we look over time, we see the crashing and bubbling of the planet as its crusty shell develops from the traveling tectonic plates.
First, we see an inversion effect happening from the bubbling core.
Its appearance mimics the Badlands as the crusty planet cools.
We see canyons appearing as the plates shift again, leaving energy cracks beneath.
The planet is constantly corroding itself due to the harshness of the environment.
Finally, we see the energy rivers flood through the crevasses in the terrain.
And here we see the planet's surface in full clarity and light.
Guided by an instinct honed over eons, the nomadic mothers gravitate towards the pulsating energy centers.
In these expansive chasms, they find respite, establishing temporary havens to nourish their bountiful ecosystems within, until the inevitable transition of terrain compels them to embark on a perpetual quest for energy.
The enormous mothers move at a slow, gentle pace, taking years to traverse the moving landscape.
The mother's path is informed by the intensity of the terrain. They are careful not to take a perilous path.
The mothers, as ever-evolving realms of life, undergo perpetual transformations and metamorphosis.
As the mothers traverse the landscape, they grow and molt, leaving behind traces of their journey imprinted as fossilized remnants.
These relics bear witness to distinct moments along the path of the mothers, capturing the narrative of their growth, decay, and consumption of energy.
These fossils create chronicles, enabling us to retrace the planet's intricate history and its ever-shifting topography.
As the mothers travel, they undergo a shedding, relinquishing their largest and most weathered biomes.
These remnants stand as a testament, forming colossal amalgamations of hardened ecosystems, etching the passage of past energy crevices that once punctuated the planet's surface.
The keepers move swiftly compared to the monumental mothers. We see their path moves between the mother's path, following the most efficient option across the landscape.
We can see the history of their past develop as the environment continues to shift beneath them. The keepers move back and forth from mother to mother, ensuring the balance of energy is maintained between them.
We see this planet is made of a series of networks that are changing with every moment of the evolving planet.
The scale of life on Gaia seems infinite, with even the planet seeming to breathe and evolve at each moment, constantly in motion.
And here we see the fully activated planet's crust, We must remember that this is merely a snapshot in time, as this planet never sleeps.
And so the planet continues its eternal dance of transformation, an ever-shifting symphony of creation and renewal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Beautiful visuals and beautiful presentation, as always. Very cohesive. Again, many steps and logics that like you're explaining well, I feel. My comment like to you guys, like I think it would be more about like how complex like the networks are, because I feel that they're very much like, you know, driven also like by the Grasshopper script or like expected, like I would say. So, you know, like maybe like again, like rethinking like about like some of these like energy fields and how they're coming together might be something, you know, like positive in your specific case. I would just like, you know, expect something a little bit like more advanced or more unexpected in this way, because it's just like very much like the layering of, you know, like how like you would get from nuclei basically like the results. So that's a little bit like of my comment on that side.
Yeah, sorry. Go on.
Just thinking like, you know, like how to also like another aspect of this is like obviously, you know, like not in every, you know, like chapter you can gain like full, you know, like control of everything and master everything to its highest level. And that's totally fine, right? Like, and then I just want to say that, right? Like that doesn't mean that like you haven't done like a good job in what you have achieved. It's more like, again, like, you know, when you are setting a very high precedent for yourself and the project, that, you know, like the expectation is always like to give this you know, like very much like very high level of you know, like performance on all levels.
I would like to say that, well, say it again, actually, from your perspective, that I really like your concept. I mean, and you were able to present it so well. I mean, with your calm voices, with this pace, you know, it was so good just to hear it, everything fitted so well. And yeah, I absolutely love that. Also, the fact that you have shown and you emphasize that this is just one snapshot. The thing that we are seeing is just one picture taken in time is very important, I guess, to remember in everyday life that we always live in this one snapshot. And you emphasized it on, well, while showing us how those energetic fields influence the tectonic plates, they move and they also alter the fields, right? And how this very, you know, magnificent life forms adapt to this dance, as you put it. So that was great. I guess what was lacking for me here is something that we talked about during the class, and maybe, well, once again, it's just a very complicated thing to do, and maybe some lacking of architectural background would manifest itself in this way. But I'm not sure if you recall, but we were talking about how do you show all of those processes that are actually constantly changing, happening in time. All the time there is death and new life and all of this cycling motions. How would you show this on one map, right? And I guess this is not readable enough on that map. I mean, you described it. You described it very well throughout the presentation. You know, the footprint, this fossilized footprint that mothers leave after themselves, the way the keepers traverse the terrain, the way the terrain sort of revitalizes on the basis of those footprints, the way the mothers sort of constantly live and die. That is not visible enough in the final map, in the final analysis, I guess. So it's great that you have shown the trails and so on and so forth, but there is just not enough depth into that.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, yeah, this is sort of, you know, the one last thing that you should kind of put there
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, we planned on having like GIFs showing all the time processes. Like that was one thing that was hard, was like we didn't want to just run through 10 images of the same thing, but we couldn't kind of get there cohesively in time. And we're unsure about like the reliability of using videos in the process.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about, you know, this is one of the deliverables, right? That you have to have this final map that is your project, right? And it's just on that map, I don't know, you can actually magnify to try to defend it and show us where the mother's trail is and how do you emphasize it. Because once again, your project is very different in such a way that, you know, it's very hard to make a case that this is at all, I mean, it just doesn't follow the architectural, the urban design rules too much, right? Because it's so different. And that's why we were talking about the history of the mother's life cycle represented on a map, right? Because you have those fossilized footprints on different stages, and they sort of follow the mother as she's the pinnacle of life. Ahead of her is only the opportunity that is brought by the keepers, and behind her we have those. Well, those fossilized footprints. So that is what I've been. Yeah, you have it on other maps, exactly. Yeah. So you have all of that. It's just, you know, it's not present in one final thing, or not, or it is just not readable enough. I guess. So yeah, if you would like to defend your project against this claim, please show us. And yeah.
Yeah, I think we ended up dividing it into like series of this one map that we're seeing, just because it was like easier to show everything that was going on. Like we had so much information, like even just explaining how the like terrain was moving itself, like it just got way too cluttered when we like put everything in one map. So that's why we had like the stages along like the outside curve.
Yeah, I agree. It's very ambitious topic you've chosen for yourselves. So that's why, you know, there's no wonder it's such a hard task to show it on one flat map in the very end, right?
Yeah.
But that is certainly, yeah.
I was going to say, Kate mentioned it just briefly with like, we were almost able to create GIFs for all of these things, but just a little bit behind on those. But I think something really unique about our project is the aspect of time. And that was kind of like our major focus throughout this whole process, is to kind of illustrate how this is not just, you know, a living system within the mothers, but almost a living planet. And so in that way, I think video will be very important in the, I don't want to say next chapter, but whatever we call it, the kind of roundup next month.
Yeah, well, about that, to that point, you know, this thing, so I mean, this aspect of time and of showing the change, this is actually on a very good level, even though you don't have the videos yet. If you had those, wow, yeah, it's even better, of course. But I just wanted us to focus a little bit on the things that you lack, really, right? Because once again, you have shown the change in time. That is crucial, that is very important, but you did a good job here, right? So that's why I'm trying not to focus too much on that, but rather on something that you weren't able to present there as much, right? So, and that is only visible on this final map, so on the big one, right? So this is where it's not that clear. For example, where is the mother or mothers on that map at this time, at this snapshot? Where can we find them?
So this map kind of illustrates the possible paths that a mother would take based on like the current crust formation. So
but the mothers themselves aren't there.
Yeah, they're not on there.
Yeah, but that is exactly what I'm talking about. So you've shown this to us on those brilliant pictures that take just a fragment of the terrain that is constantly changing. You did all the job. The only thing that is left is, you know, sort of put this at one snapshot on this bigger map. Yeah, exactly. You have them there. Just try to think of this final map of this big one. I'm not sure how to call it, but let's call it final map. So try to think about this as showing your project at one moment at a time, where everything is happening, where as many things as possible are encapsulated and shown, right? So there is one mother, there is another one, there are the keepers, those are their trails. those are the most efficient trails that were drawn by the keeper. So you have a lot of possibilities to build the hierarchy there and to show the actual life cycle of those amazing life forms, right? So for example, by showing the fossilized trails, so where they came from, right? Where they just been, where they are headed, and yeah, and this kind of things. Because once again, you have a very, very nice concept. And
yeah, I think they can have like, I know that the work is still in progress, and yeah, I think they can push for more content for the next month.
I'd say though
Yeah.
that three-dimensionality of the map is something that like it's definitely, you know, like a very big plus on like what you're creating, because like again the visuals, right? Like we're understanding what you're capturing, at least like in this moment of time, in this like space. So this helps like telling the story. It's more again like creating these GIFs and like the information, like and the layering, and probably like this is also going to help like with the other aspect that I mentioned before, like with the storytelling, because you know like we are going to be able to grasp all these layers and appreciate them more.
Yeah, because you have an outstanding project, I would say, and the concept is so unique. It's great. And yeah, just try to exactly. You have all those maps. You've been just scrolling through them when Pavlina was talking, so you know I wouldn't interrupt. But yeah, you already have all of those things that you described, that actually constitute the life cycle of the mother. Now the most complex thing is, you know, how do you put them all together in one place and show this to us so that we can read it, right? So we can see it and understand it right away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you guys, you became a bit sadder. Please don't be. You made a great job, and that is you've also you had great progress in our technical lab, right? With the C# and with writing the pseudocode. I mean, that all of that was great. So there's just you know just one weak spot that I see here, and this is not even a weak spot. It's just, you know, you haven't quite finished the final map, but you have everything there. Like Madeline says always, when someone does a good job, you have all the ingredients, right? And you just have to put them sort of all together. I love that expression. Sorry, Madeline, for stealing it from you, but yeah, it's a great thing to say in that situation, I think.
All right, so here comes my feedback. So my first question is, why don't you have a black background?
We didn't want one.
All right. So then, look, like I would really, you know, I'm a bit like, I need to understand this, and I think my question is towards Pavlina, Tung, like, you know, we have some kind of rules for each chapter, and we're supposed to have some kind of outputs that are supposed to be architectural. And I'm really missing this in your project. Because I think that the complexity of the chapter is having different kind of problems that we tackle and how we optimize them. But here, you know, I see a storyline, and I see a storyline of a few characters that move on a terrain, and half of the project is about how we generate the terrain. So, you know, for me, it's like from the beginning, you know, I mean, everybody said, okay, you know, I know you're very talented, and I know you want to be original, even with the background. But at the end, like, if I look at the outputs, like, where's the architectural part? What are we solving here? What kind of... I mean, it's an interesting story, but for me, you know, it's like you left me in the shadow for the first week while you were generating the terrain, and I trusted you. I said, okay, that's an important part. But at the end, you know, I see a network running on on a terrain. And I understand that the storyline is different, but can't the storyline evolve so that we have some settlements? And like, I don't know, if this is possible, then for the other projects, like, can they change the rules as well with the, so, you know, that's my feedback for it.
I don't know if you want us to respond or if, I mean, I think I think, first of all, I don't think we left you in the dark necessarily the first 2 chapters. We kind of showed up, tried to explain every day what was up. And I think, you know, the way we're looking at this is we have the networks that we're packing and showing, and we have this world that we're showing. It just doesn't happen to be inside of our amalgamations as said, but we still kind of have this idea of these cities of growing and evolving. And we're just looking at kind of the way that we're making these networks is the network of our planet and the network of movement. So I think, I mean, we're like happy to go through and show how we think we've kind of achieved the requirements of this this kind of like project and this output. But I don't think it's necessarily like a play game that we just went off on the rails with.
If I may say something, because I understand Madeline's comment, but I guess we talked too little about this during the process because there were a lot of technicalities. But actually, I personally can see a lot of potential for your project to be presented as something architectural. Because once again, there is this life cycle of your organisms that constitute sort of, you know, the amalgamations are inside, right? Like you emphasized, they are the living city. And what their life cycle is actually something what populates those planets. It's just that, you know, in the final image, in the final analysis, we don't see the keepers, we don't see the mothers. If they were there, they would constitute the actual, so to speak, architecture of that life form. It's just, you know, that is something that is not present there.
Yes.
So I'm not sure. Do you think that if we're trying to imagine, you know, the final map? So maybe Mike or Kate, can you show us the final map? So if you were able to see on that map where the mothers are at the moment, where the keepers' trails are, where are the fossilized footprints that are left after they moved and continued living somewhere else, would that be considered somewhat architectural from your perspective? Because from mine,
yes, it would. But cosmogony is about the scale of how we connect different kinds of cities, from what I understand. Maybe that's not the case. And when we see that on the map, we basically see if one of the mothers it's a city in itself, then it's just that.
Well, that's how I understand it. So I guess because once again, you know, your comment is very valid, right? But once again, we should remember that this is just a very non-standard approach to a life form's development on the surface of a planet, right? So
and like to solve this question, because I think that Madali also posed this question like to us also, like we are open to different options, right? Like, and that's why like we have a project which is, you know, outside of the conventional realm of like what, you know, like a cosmogony would mean. And I think that like everyone is right, like, you know, like in the way that they interpret or understand it. And we purposefully want to have, you know, like this conversation and have this kind of, you know, like tension between like what is actually cosmogony for each one of, you know, like the teams. And also it's not going to always like be accepted or understood but by everyone in the same way. So I do feel that like all points are really valid here, right? Like in the way that like what constitutes really, you know, like a new cosmos or a new space, and what, you know, like what are we actually creating like throughout like the amalgamations or the kinesis, or now like what kind of networks we're actually creating, right? Like, so all these are very valid. at least like from my point of view, as like somebody who wants to see like this program progress and have like different iterations and different ways of thought. And it's just a choice again, like on how you view it and how you move forward with it. But guys, it's
all right.
good.
So like for example, like another thing would be like from my point of view.
Yeah.
Like for example, we have this kind of requirement of having 3 networks, right? And there are some projects in which some of the networks are so powerful. For example, Victor and Mauricio's project, like they have these kind of networks that, at the end, if I go by the rules of like getting them the marks regarding on the final output, I can't give them 6 because the final map is not perfect. But I should give them 3 6 for each one of the separate maps because they're so good. So it's like they've really tried to take into account all the requirements, and the requirements kind of didn't go like worked a little bit against them. So they almost made like 3 amazing projects from my point of view again. And then in this project, I don't know how to market. Like, should I? Yeah, I like the terrain. I like that part. I like the, I like other things. I even like the networks. Like, I like them. But like, in the end, it's like if I just look at the requirements strictly, it's hard to get it because they didn't apply the requirements. That's my only thing. But other than that, I think, they've done some amazing things, but it's just that we have some requirements from the beginning. And is it like, if we're so flexible, I should have known that from the beginning, because
well, like it's very much like, it's a great question. And I think it's like for anyone individually as a educator to answer these questions for themselves also. Like it's a great question. Like I don't, argue against it. It's just that again, it's like your personal point of view. It's very much like also like surface of like soul searching of like what actually like constitutes like what you want to see like as cosmogony and what you believe that like you're satisfied with as an educator again. But again, like from their point of view as designers and people who are learning and they're putting themselves out there, like that's what they believe. And I think that like when a project is as controversial as it is like in this case, it's actually more beneficial than like something that like would not pose questions in general. Like for me, like it becomes like something like much more interesting and valuable than like something that is like very stereotypical and like hits all the A points like from like just our own understanding on every level.
Yeah, but I guess also Madeline asked this very concrete question, what about the marks? And is it possible, maybe because since the final presentation will be later, is it possible for them to work on it a bit more, maybe for the final mark from Madeline?
They will, yes.
No,
they will
I mean,
work,
look, I don't want them to change anything about the project. It's just that from the beginning, like Tung said, look, they are very good, very talented, trust them, they will produce good results. And they are good results. But in terms of like requirements, they're not too strictly connected to the requirements. That was my only thing,
Yeah.
Well, I think also just like throwing it out there, like grades are great, but like our whole goal with this was to learn, which we did during this chapter. And like, we made the system that we kind of made before. Like, I don't know, I feel like we did leave some bound in C#. So it's like, we're here to learn, not necessarily about the grade.
No, it's just because
anyway, like I appreciate lots of the parts from your work. I just like feel that like from my point of view, you completely disregarded the requirements. That's my only thing. But then again, yes, you learned a lot of things. I know you were one of the hardest working teams, and I appreciate that about you. But
Oh,
you know,
sorry. I've been kind of holding my thoughts in just to digest the feedback, and I feel like the conversation is extending a little bit further, which is good. It's good to have these conversations, as Pavlina said, but I guess in my heart, it really boils down to what does cosmogony mean for each project, and in that way, Kate and I have felt very supported in the past 4 chapters to kind of really, you know, explore who we are as designers and kind of take our non-architectural backgrounds and apply some of, you know, our passions into this. And so I disagree in the fact like that we, you know, quote unquote disregarded all the requirements. I think almost every day of the 2 weeks, I think we showed up to class with the requirements list and kind of a proposal about how we could meet those while still adhering to our concept. And I think we iterated quite a few times that, you know, we're not too stubborn, but in a sense we are, because our whole world is built on the sense that it is living, it's moving. And so the idea of kind of creating settlements like other projects have just doesn't agree with our larger concept that we just like established over 4 chapters. So I think this is all really good feedback, and we'll digest it, especially in how we'll present it, you know, at the end of the program. But we definitely want to remain true to what we've had so much exploring, fun exploring, and the complexity that we did resolve in this chapter to kind of demonstrate this concept of a living world. So I think we'll move forward with the feedback, but this was good.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you
move
so much.
on.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that, these aspects, you know, like presentation wise, and all the chapters we'll be reviewing towards like the end thesis, like phase, exactly this, like how everyone like could approach, you know, like a lot of these like different aspects, and if there is something missing, if there is a different way like to show the work or to be, you know, like stronger in the presentation or to make a statement, because again, it is design, it's controversial, it should be controversial, right? Like, but that means that like you need to go like full force into whatever you believe in and whatever, you know, like you want to create and make it like even stronger visually and like storytelling wise, especially when it's different, right? Because then it's a statement, it's not just following requirements, right?
But I also
A lot
think
of
that, I also
Sorry,
think that the beauty of this master's program is exactly that the students have a lot of freedom in the beginning with their concepts and the scenarios, and this creates such unique projects, and this is very powerful part of the program. So being so different, it's normal like to be controversial and to have these cases like now. But it's again like very unique and powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. It's
Let's
been
go with
a huge pleasure.
B1.
Dare to stop us.
Yeah, let's move on because we still have 5 more teams to go.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
We're really not
Hello.
tracking well today, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, I'll share my screen.
Hello.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name's Anya,
My name's Nader.
and this is Cerulean.
The answer to human survival is not out there. It was always here on Earth, water. As humans built equipment to travel off-world for supplies and resources, our world slowly deteriorated below.
It was too late to search for answers among the other planets, forcing humanity to travel inwards to depths unknown. Hope has been found. For a mysterious crystal, it held the answer for the future of humanity and its continued existence.
With its ability to deliver highly efficient energy and power the whole world's needs, a new civilization is able to rise and recover from the ashes.
There's just one catch. The mineral only worked underwater. Humanity mutates and changes rapidly with the crystal's energy as an accelerant. They adapt for underwater survival, spearheading a whole civilization beneath the ruined roast of existence that lays surface.
The new civilization decides to take up residence in the Marianas Trench, the deepest point in the ocean. As they expand, they can form and contort to the cave walls around them, forming new networks. As Earth flooded, the trench continued to deepen and expand.
They begin small and grow outwards. As they grow, their need for connection expands so that they can reach locally and far and wide. There are 5 public spaces where these beings can join together: the aquatic oasis, the restoration zone, the town hall, the mineral market, and the resource reservoir. The beings of Cerulean are ever adapting and changing to their underwater environment. Their dwelling system spirals and continues along its path, following the ocean floor just like a wave. As it branches out, the people are in search of continuing their network and everlasting survival.
The new generation of humans have created housing structures, public meeting spaces, and vehicles to suit their new needs. As they gaze upwards at the ocean sky, they think of their ancestors and what was once on the surface. They think about the other humans who have left Earth and where they may have went. But most of all, they think about how lucky they are that the Marianas Trench has provided such beneficial sustenance to continue the human race, thriving off the abundance of networks and resource chains. The landscape of the Mariana Trench is rough and rapidly changing over time, but the people of Cerulean are resilient and adapt easily to these changes strategically by taking advantage of the topography and geological opportunities present in the Mariana Trench.
All of Cerulean is powered by the crystal and geothermal energy. The beings hold the crystal as their highest possession and respect it. They understand it is not just for their survival, but for all of life on Earth's survival depends on this crystal.
The cities of Cerulean are shaped around the key mining and volcano resource zones, but most importantly, the beings are heavily aware of the growing need for interconnectedness. They rely on the vast network of public spaces to socialize and communicate with each other constantly.
Logical and fluid connected networks between the cities themselves allow the inhabitants of the Mariana Trench to adapt to changes needed in the infrastructure spontaneously and rapidly.
Public hubs are connected similarly with a broadened reach, ensuring that travels to and from cities' needs are taken care of, as well as intensifying the ability for the beings to connect more easily on a social level. This civilization adapts using the deep ocean floor, harnessing the intrinsic powers laden in rocks and minerals, pushing them to a vision to explore and establish the previously unknown.
New species of plants and animals emerged alongside humanity. They also grew and gained their new energy from the crystals.
Humanity harnessed the regenerative powers from the new species around them and became inspired. Cerulean can only continue with the being's persistence for life. They must continue to develop and push themselves as their civilization advances.
They're an interconnected being who rely on each other to survive. As they move toward their next chapter, they're pushing their own boundaries forwards to create a network of cities far and wide across the ocean floor.
If this civilization grows and continues to persevere, the cities and the connections will change and adapt for further challenges and lifestyle changes.
Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to further explore the depths of Cerulean.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Beautiful storyline. A lot of levels of complexity that you're thinking about. I love everything that you're showing how things are connecting and where really are placed. And I love that also you are taking something that it's already existing. I do feel that again, we do have some opportunities for the visual representation, especially when we're talking about the map itself. Could you zoom in into the main map?
The big one.
Yes. I think that the others are really well put together, but this one for some reason has some quality of a cartoon, but then the upper, darker roads and the systems, that you're creating, they just look like a marker going through it. So it doesn't feel very refined, but more as a sketch. So that's more of what I think I would like to see this a little bit more refined, with just the technical aspect of it, or the illustrative aspect of it a little bit more accentuated. But other than that, the logics and again, the layering of the project itself and how it's created, it makes sense to me. And I think it's well done.
Thank you, Pavlina.
Madeline, would you like to go first?
All right. So first thing, I think it's like the amalgamation itself, like in terms of composition, it looks very interesting, but you already know that. In my case, I tend to appreciate the larger map more, from the same kind of like my feedback is the same as Pavlina's. Like, I mean, when I look at the larger map, you know, I see some different logics and things, but when I say the larger map, I say the zoomed out map. But when I look at this other one, it's like they all go on one on top of the other, and it's a bit hard to understand what's happening there. But all in all, like I will repeat myself, and Hero cannot say the same thing. Again, you have the ingredients. So yeah, I mean, it's all there. It's just a question of representation from my point of view. So yeah, I mean, I guess in a way, with dealing with large complexity with this kind of chapter, it really boils down to having good graphical representation skills as well, because you have like a lot of complexity and you have to really be careful with how you represent it so that it's easily readable. And I think for you, it's a question of yeah, trying a little bit more on that. And I think it's like you have the ingredients and you can do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really like your results. I guess lacking of the map once again. The map suddenly, for some reason, disappeared. Whilst, you know, I believe you have some architectural backgrounds, don't you guys? No. I don't really remember. No.
I'm fashion background.
Oh, okay, okay, but you know, even any designer, and for instance, you know, anybody who works with, well, creating something for the real world, they always have this, or at least should have this notion of context being present, right? And I guess it's understandable because all of the groups, you were trying to make your projects as spectacular as possible, and that is how the context might disappear with time. So I sort of understand that, but I strongly advise you not to forget about this, because it's very, very crucial. I love your story. It's very coherent, and it goes, you know, from the beginning to the end, leads the listener, well, as a good story does. So great for that. But yeah, the one thing that I'm missing here is the presence of the context that on the basis of which you actually built the whole project, right? So that isn't very nice. And the other thing is, I don't feel like there is. I mean, maybe it's my expectations, but when you were talking about using the Mariana Trench and what you can get out of there, it just seems that your project is a little bit flat, a little bit too flat for the Mariana Trench. So maybe it's just me, you know, trying to find some holes in your concept. But yeah, I would say that I'd expect to see some more exploration into the depth there, because well, as you emphasized, that was the answer right from the very beginning, that you had to go deeper, right? And as a result, you've ended up developing a structure that is pretty much the same as on the surface of the land, right? So maybe you can defend that. That's fine, because once again, you are the designers. You are always capable, and it is very important to defend your projects. But that is sort of something that doesn't seem intact here for me.
Yeah, I think something that would help us is adding that like base kind of like 3D map, because I think that would help with the context, like you're saying. We kind of tried to do that to represent it in like a 2D way with the base layer for the terrain, but I see what you're saying, and I feel like we could definitely push it.
In your particular case, section, you know, maybe section with a 3D fragment or a 3D section, as they are called. You know, section is just easier to do, and it still can be spectacular. I'm very yeah, that would definitely allow us to see more of your project. And that is something that I'm not sure that you've been using a lot during the conceptual part, but yeah, anyhow, that is something that would be beneficial, very beneficial, especially in your case. Like with Fatma projects as well. I guess I told her the same thing. Yeah, the section would be very good here. We actually found out.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the conversations. I really enjoyed working with you guys, and yeah, good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you. Job. Let's move on to B2.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Yusra, and my partner is Bala, and we are the retardants. With the destruction of Earth, a few humans traveled through this dimensional portal in search of a safe haven called Arc X. A crash happened in this vessel, and the humans ended up in this extremely arid and hot environment. Our skin began to fall off. It was like we were on fire. Our flesh was burning off. Our muscles dried out. The moisture in our body began to evaporate. Everyone around us looked like skeletal, callous desert aliens. We were reacting to the organic cellular in this extreme arid environment. Our posture began to evolve. Over time, we became more compact and stunted. We were mutating and becoming more resistant to this unbearable heat. As I stood in this fractal hard ground, it became apparent that this is an alternate reality. We had transformed to the retardants. As time went on, we began creating a new burrow, a new home made of fragmented rock pieces, pebbles, mineral gems. The retardant dwelling, our monolithic haven, consisted of layered rock panels, dust filters, thermal pebbles, and bioluminescent energy crystals. As our population increased, we began assembling these burrows through very specific logics to create our colonies, which will become our new shelter. This was to shelter us from the extreme heat and the climate, which is why our colonies are embedded and nestled within narrow spaces between canyon-like mountains. This is our new home, the retardant colony, growing from lava in the mountains, made up of mineral rocks, debris, and clusters of dwellers. Although we're rooted in the mountains and we branch out like the stem of trees, our dwelling clusters grow out like foliage swarming around the core and are held up by energy from bioluminescent forces around us.
Over time, we started developing networks and vehicles to move around the colony and connect ourselves to other colonies. We used the private crawl networks to move from one cluster to another and from one corpuscle to the neighboring corpuscles within the amalgamation. We used the public networks to carry the crystals and minerals from the mineral quarries to the amalgamation. The private vehicles are assembled by our younger retardants by putting together elements from our environment, whereas the public vehicles are more precise and mechanical. These public vehicles are made up of crystal pods, rock panels, minerals, and energy stones. Over time, the colonies expanded and multiple settlements began to emerge. Here is an outlook into the cosmogony of retardants, an arid volcanic universe with cities that feed on minerals and energy crystals. The settlements are embedded within the canyons that is filled with lava and mineral deposits around the volcanic eruption nodes. This example is a steady area of our world that shows one of the major 4 volcanic points along the mountainous canyon ridge. In our world, the network is an overlay of 4 stages of network growth. The first network growth is a lava eruption from the 4 volcanic nodes, which forms the heart of the city, mimicking the active volcanoes. The second network growth is the heat energy path that connects the area with highest solar radiation, which is typically around the volcanoes. The third network growth is the trail of the lava, which flows through the canyons, and the fourth stage is the private energy network, which is based on the shortest energy path from the volcanic nodes to the clusters.
All of these network growth results in this diagrammatic representation of the retardance world, showing physical features and networks. It's a collection of data showing the spatial arrangement and distribution of the colonies and settlements. Also, it shows the mining quarries and migration paths. Our map is composed of 6 layers. First, the eruption path, which is a dynamic magnetic path made up of volcano lava rich in minerals and magnetic energy, which fosters the growth of the colony. In this scenario where we have these 4 nodes, which foster different kinds of cities depending on the magnitude of the eruptions. The second layer is the heat path, which is a heat energy part that serves as a primary connection and transit network between the cities around the volcanoes. It also deposits energy and minerals along its path, which over time become energy mining quarries. The third layer is the lava trails, which helps distribute energy resources to areas away from the eruption point. It carries the lava that's erupted by the volcano. It also serves as a secondary transport route for the retardant. The trail serves as a path for public vehicles as well to move and guide them through the mining quarries. The fourth layer is the Corrala energy path, which is a private network that the retardants use to move from one settlement to another within the amalgamations. The Corrala vehicles usually travel on this network. Fifth layer of this development is the public spaces, which are typically crystal and energy mining quarries, which are almost like farms that are used to harvest energy and minerals. They also serve as large gathering and recreational spaces for the retardants. The most permanent amenity apart from the public spaces are the transit stations, which also have We also have lava lakes, which are mineral lakes that absorb and combust energy and almost help purify the development. Finally, we have the settlements, retardant settlements, which are made up of clusters of amalgamations that grow from this mineral and energy quarries along the energy path. Our settlements are represented by these geometries that are reminiscent of the crystal and pod-like shape of our amalgamation. The amalgamations are translated into 4 living clusters and 2 variations of public clusters. These living clusters aggregate over time to create dynamic functional neighborhoods using rules of the amalgamations. And these stems into development. And neighborhoods formed along lava eruption points are usually more compact, and these are almost like mining towns, while those around energy paths are usually more porous, and these are usually industrial towns. On the other hand, the public spaces are made up of crystal pods and cone pods, again, similar to in the amalgamation. These are clustered into either monofunctional mining quarries, which are either for one function, or we have a hybrid, which are usually multifunctional quarries, which harvest both minerals and energy. Thirdly, we have the transit stations, which, like mentioned earlier, happen along the energy path and connect the primary energy path to the secondary energy path. In summary, the settlement logic is usually the mining quarries being attached or growing from mineral deposits along the eruption path, neighborhood cores attaching to them, and clusters kind of growing from these.
The overall neighborhood is deployed in these steps. Basically, the volcanic nodes are the origin of our retardance ecosystem. On one hand, the lava erupting from these volcanoes form the major network path, whereas the lava flowing between the canyons form the minor network path. The eruption path hosts the mineral deposits, which give rise to mining settlements with some lava oases that grow among them. On the other hand, there is energy trail path that arises as a result of sublime heat from the lava eruptions that form another major network. The energy deposits routes among these heat paths that form the origin of industrial settlements.
Guys, please try to finish something.
Here is a closer look at how they all work together from hierarchical flow of eruption points to the neighborhoods. And here are some moments within the map of our cosmogony. Here we can see how the cities and networks morph depending upon the magnitude and maturity of the volcanic eruption. Here is another zoom in where multiple eruptions collide that have less settlements but more quarries, mineral rakes, and oases that help absorb harmful and combusted energy from the air and help regulate over volatile areas. Another example of an eruption point where there are more settlements along the areas with mineral deposits and quarries, which is typically more habitable, and you can see some less development along the volatile side.
As the retardants develop, they will further enhance their cities and find more advanced ways of fortifying their settlements. And we hope that one day you can come visit us soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Beautiful work. So many layers of complexity, so much work like us went into this. Like it's very evident that you guys worked very hard into it. So really well done. My only actually comment from my side, it would be again the big map. Make sure that like you have like very crisp, right, like image, especially because this is the protagonist, is the most important map in your case. So because it's pixelized, right, like in there are just like some colors that like might be a little bit like clashing with each other. I think that the orange is like overtaking so much that then it's very difficult then to appreciate all the other like next levels that are going underneath it. But again, that's just like reviewing like how you could actually like portray this in a better way. And I understand that it's not easy, right? Like as we've said, like with some of the other teams, when it comes like to the final map, like this balance in creation of it, it's one of the most challenging things like that you are trying to accomplish. But you've done an amazing job overall. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you for that. Once again, very nice presentation. I mean, it was a powerful way to tell the story. So it actually, especially with this first-person perspective, I mean, I really like that, to say the least. I guess, yeah, now I understand why, Yusra, you did not attend to my C# meetings. You have been so busy with this thing, probably. So I guess I understand that. My question would be regarding your concept. I did not quite get why the crawlers have this very rigid pathways. Why are they so discrete? So maybe you could answer that.
In the smaller network.
Yeah.
Because they're not very advanced. If it's too wobbly for the crawlers, they'll just follow. Like they have to follow the energy path that's a bit more structured.
Okay. I guess I asked this question because I sort of thought that they would go through the shortest path based on the terrain, right? So that's why it's obvious that your terrain is not constituted by 6 axes or 8 directions you have there. So probably that was sort of a bit confusing for me, but yeah, it's good enough. I mean, this is the representation of how not advanced the crawlers are. All in all, the only other thing that I'm lacking here is the map. Maybe it disappeared completely once again, but on the other hand, you have so much information there that the map might make it more confusing. So I guess I would understand that perspective if you were to make that case. Well, on the other fronts, yeah, great job, Bal. I was also very happy that you were able to develop some scripts that would enable you to, well, that would help you in your design process. So thank you for that.
Well, Yusra, congratulations. For me, this is one of the best projects. The reason is that, you can deal with so much complexity and still at the end, it's visible. It's so much, we can see so much richness on your map that actually makes us question be intrigued and then go and find out what's happening there. And you know, there's so many layers, but at the same time, the way you presented it visually, it was, I mean, for me, it was very clear. I agree that like on the larger map, try to have like a higher resolution, so nothing is pixelated or blurry. But yeah, I mean, if I just look at it from afar, I can see the different levels of organization. I mean, the hierarchy is good, everything is good. And if I just look at it as abstract art, I would like make a T-shirt with it. It's like so beautiful. Like I cannot find anything to say bad about it. I absolutely love your project. So I'm really proud of you and congratulations for the great work and the hard work, because you worked so much on this project and it's really visible. So great job.
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, nothing to say. I mean, okay, let's go with next team. We have Kiko. 4.
Hello.
Hello.
Share screen. All right, so the story takes off in 8 billion years into the future. It shows what has truly lasted in the time of exploration and conquering each other. The exchange of many ideas, technologies, and resources merges separate planets and cosmos into one giant interstellar ecosystem. Landscape range from urban environments to desolate lands that once held prominent civilization dusted away in time into 2 million pieces. And the exchange of resources and ideas and war and many other have resulted in the environments that you see today. The pharaoh figures are creatures in the habitant of the cosmos are pharaoh figures who are creatures in the form of preserved reminiscence of the human race, King Tut of the Interstellar. The narrator is a genetically malfunctioning creature, a pharaoh figure that failed to mutate into an advantageous breed due to mechanical glitch that poured too much heart or emotions into the pharaoh figure. The dwelling units or the corpuscles have evolved into a recharge and represervation of the pharaoh figure, a sanctuary and a haven, or a kit of parts that the pharaoh figure represent the heart of it, to activate it as a hideout space, to escape further eruption and continue the preservation of what was once called the human race. The dwelling units are micro units that make up the macro system of the cosmos. Each dwelling unit is a module that interlocks with other units, while some corpuscles decay and to ensure the stability in the emerging pharaoh society, the majority of them mutate to replace not only the decayed corpuscle, but also the surrounding ruins of the concrete jungle that was once a futuristic civilization. The aggregated corpuscles start to create formations to commence the beginning of the cosmogony. Initial clustering phasing, a matured clustering phasing, as well as extended urban scale public programs. The amalgamation and the public programs then to marry and produce compounded urban scale aggregations. The amalgamation towers, or the pharaoh lanterns, as they are called, aggregate along a central axis that forms the cosmogony. This axis forms around the emotions or the heart mining sites, where the pharaoh figures are exploring, where the pharaoh figures participate in exploring and collecting the found heart in its body that acts as the pharaoh figure body that acts as a vessel to collect and protect these emotions. The mining sites create a central hub for new paths of travel and landscape to form, allowing the growth of the feral figure population. It aims to create several urban layers from initial anchorage points marking the possible extent of one of the neighborhood to ideal and typical neighborhood layouts in the form of feral lantern aggregations and outlines of those layouts in the plan view, and a landscape formation that acts as nest hosting those neighborhoods and districts. A public transit network that connects the various districts within the cosmogony. A private transit network that connects the different units internally, as well as preferred path of travel that is faint and hidden away from in the depth of the layers, which aims to connect directly into the mining sites. Those layers then combine to create an interlaced urban fabric that becomes the home planet for the feral figures to grow and continue the quest to understand and preserve the human emotions by collecting them one by one and protecting them. Thank you.
I think it's really, like you're gathering all the information, like from all the chapters from the beginning in a cohesive way. I love like the maps and how you're zooming in, like into the like different areas and how you're like really like telling you the story. So for me, it's like it's a successful map. It's a successful, like logic and how like you're like really mapping each part of this cosmogony chapter. And also like I love like what you've done like with the overall shape. Again, like I have the same obviously like comment about like the pixelization of like the larger scale map. You guys can also like use AI in order like to fill in some of these like pixels nowadays. So keep this in mind, like when like you're getting a bigger exactly. Well, things change pretty quickly, and yeah, use what you have in your disposal, to sharpen out like all these like images. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have to say something. I'm not sure we met. Have you? Were you on the C# project? No.
No. There was like always they were happening like simultaneously, and it was just like jumping from one to the other. And then by the time I like realized I'm gonna use little to no of C#, so I was just like I'm just gonna focus on the nucley. So no, we have not.
She gave up on you. She just like
Yeah, that's okay.
No.
Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game, as they say. So it's fine. No worries here. I understand. It's just I've never seen your project before, and that was a bit shocking because I thought, okay, did I actually forgot a person? No way. No, I could not believe this, and it's a huge relief now that you say that we haven't actually met. So nice to meet you, anyways. Yeah, very interesting project. I mean, I really like your storyline. I guess what I'm missing here a little is maybe it's actually the way to go with this, because you did wonderful work with the colors, but you just used points. So why is that? Why did you just use points as the geometrical input?
Yeah, I used circles. They were a bit too dense, and then the gradient didn't come out as clean. And then I used lines, and then it was competing with other lines. So I did like points, and I was like, oh my god, like the points are actually looking exactly how I want them to look. But because of like the size of the overall board, the image itself, they were coming a bit too dense, and so I started doing a little bit more zoomed in, and I feel like I need a lot more zoomed in than just the couple that I have. But I'm pretty happy with how it came out with just a point. Versus again, like I have lines.
I'm not saying that it looks invalid or something. It was just I guess it actually makes sense because in the final analysis, right, you have your amalgamations, you have the designs, and you can actually well, you're pinpointing. I'm not quite happy with the way you're pinpointing your amalgamations to the design, because it's sort of, you know, it blurs a little bit the map, because once again, every line on the map, every point on the map, even, you know, the absence of information on the map is also information, because it gives us sort of the insight into your design. So that is something that I would suggest you don't do too much, and be more consistent, because in some places there, for example, you have some shapes, and there you just have a couple of point clouds that do their job very nice, but you know, I don't feel like they're clicking together very much. Of course, you know, you could find the way to make it work, but I guess, yeah, it's sort of raw. It feels a bit raw due to that fact, like you haven't decided quite yet which route would you like to go with in there. So from my perspective right now, it actually looks like a couple of projects sort of layered one on top of the other, and that is something that definitely lacks there to tell your story better. Also, I don't see, maybe it's just me, but I don't see a good enough connection to the site. So do you have a map with the site, or how exactly?
I didn't have an actual site. The whole map and the whole thing is made up. There is really no site. I didn't follow any map. I didn't follow any.
Yeah, it's okay. Even if you made it up, there is some spatial context to this, right?
Yes. So let me zoom out maybe a little bit, and I hope I'm understanding your question. But essentially, I wanted it to be a little bit more linear, because the linearity reading of it started with the amalgamation itself. The amalgamation, the linearity was in a z-axis, but then the linearity for this one, I wanted to be in the y-axis. So then the actual site, or the form of the site, it started to just develop itself within the point system, and then it just like stretches out. So I hope that answers the question, unless you're
well, my question was about the context, about the spatial context. You know, what constitutes this spatial context? Because I don't see that. I mean, we can clearly see it through the gradient, right? But the gradient actually emphasizes the functionality here. So, you know, how is that connected?
So in terms of the amalgamation and how they cluster around it, those points.
In terms of cosmogony, in terms of the whole thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the cosmogony itself, it has the two main hubs of the heart mining, or the emotion mining, and then starts spread out to a bit to the sides, and then those wings, or those sides that spread to the side, to the outside of the heart mining, that's where the amalgamation starts connecting to the cosmogony.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I don't have any more comments. Yeah. I guess you answered my question.
You want to add something, or can continue?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Kirill's comments. Like, we don't see a map anywhere, like an actual context. And the networks themselves, they're like so different from one to the other, and they don't seem to connect anything. So it just feels like different kind of trials put on one on top of the other. So it's hard to, I mean, the image is becoming interesting. If you were to present something like this, would be okay, but you know, it lacks the purpose. Feels like yeah, I mean, you know, we haven't seen each other too much either in the sessions during the weeks, and I really believe that you should, like, you're maybe somewhere around 20% of the work, and there's still a lot to do to actually make it you know, like make it into like a storyline and something that connects. Because for now, for me, it seems, you know, I mean, I see some interesting things happening there, some interesting networks. So it's a good start, but then we need more than that. We need to actually see why the amalgamations are placed in some places and how they actually connect between themselves and with the other things. So I think those things are still missing right now, Pico. So maybe try to work a little bit more on this. That would be my feedback.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thanks, Madeline. Still work to be done. Okay, let's move on to next team. Luca.
Thank you. Basically, I just want to say
Yeah.
something to Kiko. Yeah, like I think that like one of the major points that like Madeline is making about like the context, right? Like because again, I think that like this is a little bit of a loss there on like some of those ideas, even like in the previous chapters. So definitely giving it a context, give like like around like what you're building and why you're building it, like that's going to make like obviously the whole thing stronger. And yeah, in general, like I would say, like don't like when you see like that it's a little bit challenging or not like as a clear path, don't give up. Just stick with it and like get some more like help from the team because you can achieve better results and be more stress free. I think that's like a general like comment. But again, you have the space, you have the time, you have the comments to improve, which is the best part here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, we are Anita and Prashant, and we represent the world of Oz. Oz is a place set in the present time, in a different universe where human interaction is not dominant and where the diverse animal and plant life forms have been permitted to evolve. It is known to many as the Outer Zone, and to others simply as Oz. Our story begins with once upon a time. A young girl named Dahlia falls through a wormhole, and by doing so, she inadvertently kills the Dark Queen and sets into motion a series of events that could change the utopian existence of this new world to a dystopian one. Only the wizard can guide Dahlia to reverse her misfortune and overcome the dark forces. So, in prosthesis, we selected the wizard and modified his body to incorporate various human changes, which would be facilitated by both the environment and his role as a magical being, warrior, and protector. In Corpuscle, the functionality of this unit served as the main nerve center of the community of gnomes and other animal life forms for which the wizard serves. In Amalgamation, we created the initial elements of this new world in which our creatures and the wizard would live, and incorporated living spaces with work and communal areas using uniform building components. In Kinesis, we created the micro networks which allow the gnomes to move within their immediate environment. With the vehicles, we embrace the magic of the gnomes and their land. In the private vehicle, we consider the creature's daily activities of use for mining and farming and incorporated protective elements for any impeding battles. With the public vehicles design, we incorporated this presumed functionality and took into account the multiple use cases, such as long hauls needed to commute the inhabitants. So, in our design journey, in the process with this chapter, we once again began our design journey within Midjourney. With initial concepts in hand, we used this tool to attempt to expand beyond our predetermined notions. This led us to possible designs of the ground space and conceptual aspects for this universe. With this direction, we then embraced elements of nuclei experimentation to test various results and permitted the scope to give us further interpretations, which later created the essential networks, as well as contributed to other elements such as green spaces and common areas. Within our network logic, we started with the real world island of Japan named Kyushu. This provided us with our initial terrain. From this map, we extracted the digital elevations, which gave us the height data. To preserve the green coverage on the island, we separated the green areas from the terrain map, We also incorporated in our studies the island's resources map to extract the most habitable terrain where the amalgamations could be deployed. Then, to connect the smaller sized islands with the connected to the main land, we did that with circular high-speed bridges. And using the data, we generated the primary network. In order to get the secondary network, we excluded the habitable land from the terrain and used the map as data for nuclei. After which, we reduced the area to the habitable terrain to generate the data for the tertiary network. And by using that data, we generated the tertiary network, which is used to connect the amalgamations themselves. Further, to create the amalgamation parcels, we use the habitable terrain map, which is then divided into the Voronoi grid for the game of life algorithm to deploy the amalgamations into the parcels. And after layering the networks together, we identified the possible public zones. So here is the exploded diagram of the map layers to show how they overlap on top of each other. And further coming to the amalgamation types, as a city is made of different elements and different typologies, similarly, our world is comprised of residential, administration, academic, leisure and entertainment, and storage, which represent the amalgamation clusters for the lands of Oz. So this is how one of the amalgamation towers look. And this is one of the amalgamation clusters. And this is a view of how the amalgamation cluster looks within its environment.
Now we'll move to the most densely populated and important area of the lands of Oz, which is the Emerald City, the capital of Oz. The capital is a representation of heavily populated city, serving all of its core functions, represented by the amalgamation clusters as well as the public zones. In this representation of the city, you can see that the parcels are now populated with the amalgamation typologies. In this zoomed in representation, you can see all the types of networks, amalgamation clusters, and public zones combined to form a homogeneous community. Now, before we go, we would like to permit someone else to share a few words with you.
Hi, I am Naomi. We hope you have enjoyed your visit to the land of Oz, a place of hope, natural wonder, and the historic battle between the Great Wizard and the Dark Queen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Very unexpected result, which I love. Like it's very much into the realm of, as Tung mentioned, you know, like the fairy tale. The one thing that like I'll definitely, you know, like have to comment on is like in the next phase after, you know, like the actually like even like towards like working like with the videos, like going in, I think that you will have an opportunity to revise a little bit, like and make sure that like everything is cohesive, because you have like so many different styles in each chapter. You did though like a beautiful work, obviously. You just like more of a comment that like moving forward, like we'll have to focus on like, you know, like several one style that can take like under its hood like everything that you've created. But I think that like you've done a beautiful job in this chapter. I think it's very playful, very unexpected, again, like result in the best way possible. And it makes a lot of sense like for like, again, your storyline and your creation. Thank you for all the efforts.
Thank you, lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Great job. Loved talking to you during our meetings. You were both very strong conceptually and on the technical side. Yeah, I really don't have much to say here because you did a great job, except for one thing that I guess would also inform your design a little bit more. And we actually talked about it, and this is something, I mean, the data that was influenced by this one factor that I want to mention is already there, right? And I wanted to mention the altitudes, right? Because right now it looks flat, whilst it isn't, and your decisions in terms of how and where you create your cities, so to speak, so how you distribute your amalgamations were partially informed by that, right? By the fact that this is not a flat piece of terrain. And because this is one more thing that I really loved about your approach. First of all, you were able to design the rules for amalgamations to emerge. And that was done pretty early in. And then the way you figured out how to use Game of Life there to populate, well, to create the populations of amalgamations in order to sort of, yeah, answer to your design questions, that was stunning. It was something very unexpected to have such a great result in such short time. So thank you for that. And my only critique would be regarding, you know, the flatness of that, which is something that you can also defend somehow, right? Maybe it's a not important, well, thing in your design, but I guess it would also benefit a lot from that.
Just to like what you suggested on that front, I mean, the amalgamation which we created in chapter 3 was it looks spiky and like it adapts according to the terrain. So that's why we didn't focus onto the level differences of the land, which you, I guess, if I'm not wrong, trying to say. That's why we didn't focus on that much, because the amalgamation itself is sort of like a living organism which adapts to the land, adapts to the terrain. So yeah, that will be my difference in your argument.
No. What I'm saying is just, you know, the terrain looks flat. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Whilst it isn't, right? And I'm aware that it isn't because we talked about it, luckily, right? And that is sort of the only thing that I like here. Also, I really enjoyed the way you told the story. So great. Maybe it's an unnecessary comment, but Anita, if you ever record an audiobook, I would like to purchase it. It's just, yeah, it's very nice to listen. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Kirill.
Thank you. Yeah, once again, I don't have much to say. That's why I'm starting to say stupid stuff. But yeah, about the train, that wasn't stupid. That was, I don't think that was stupid. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Madeline.
Good job. I love the circles that came up. Yeah, I mean, it adds to the mystery, and yeah, looks interesting. One comment I should make is that I feel like your main network is drawn by hand or with a Voronoi. You had like a network that was pretty all right. Why did you decide not to keep that one?
No, actually, I mean, the bridges we drew manually, but the ones which you see are informed by the extraction of the habitable terrain to connect the areas where the deployment of the amalgamations is going to be. So, and that's something which I sort of, I mean, I cheated my way out of it. Like I used a vector to like direct the particles to that to those areas. So yeah, that's why maybe they look very orthogonal and instead of like being more organic. But yeah, I hear you.
All right. Okay. I mean, in principle, it's okay, and I think in the end you managed to tell a good storyline and something that's clear, and it shows. So yeah, another comment would be, I think, considering the fact that you're so basically the green network is taking into account the terrain, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe the terrain can be a little bit more visible on your map, just because that's so connected to the terrain. It would be a pity not to also see that in your map. But yeah, that's just a small remark. Other than that, like, good job. I think you guys worked a lot, and it shows. So good job on the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, let's move on to the next team, which is the last team. So Clark.
It is the last
And,
team.
Yeah.
That is the last team.
The last but not the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The opportunity to make the big finale.
Yeah. Anyways.
A lot of pressure, Connor.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Hello. Welcome to the world of exploration beyond, harnessing the energy for survival. This is a story of a distant planet where creatures and the environment evolve together, transforming into a glowing landscape fueled by the power of the crystals. Story begins on an icy planet where a mutation of creatures started to harness the energy of a glowing crystal at the heart of the planet. The environment itself was evolving along with them, transforming into a glowing landscape of crystal and light. These creatures adapted to the environment to what you see today, the prosthesis. The prosthesis is a creature that has learned to harness the power of the crystals. The very fabric of their world began to shift. The once dull rocks and earth began to pulse with energy, giving off a radiant glow that illuminated the creature's path. The creatures reveled in their glowing world, exploring its many wonders and basking in the vibrant light. They built towering structures made from the same glowing material that surrounded them. These creatures inhabited the very form that kept them alive, the corpuscle. The formation of the shell and crystals were a necessary evolution towards an energy source and protection from the harsh exterior environment. The very air itself infused with the power of the crystals. It hummed with a strange energy, crackling with electricity and radiating with light. The communities mutated from the derivative of the base form, grown, stretched, distorted into the forms you see. While different in form, all of them derived from the origin, the corpuscle. These started to change as they started to shrink and mutate into forms more basic and abstract from the base form itself. And thus, the formation of a community was born from what the creatures call home. The Kinesis vehicles. The Cosmic Goldfish is not your typical private vehicle. It is a rocket-based vehicle that is designed to fly long distances and is shaped like a majestic goldfish. The Soft Rail Express is a unique public vehicle that offers a one-of-a-kind transportation experience. Unlike traditional vehicles that run on roads or traditional railing, the Soft Rail Express travels on tracks that have been grown and provided from the surrounding soft materials, creating a truly organic and futuristic mode of transportation. The overall public and private network is a complex system that connects various components of the site and the amalgamation, allowing for seamless communication and operation between different entities. The design process for the project Exploration Beyond involves creating a world from an existing cluster while incorporating migration paths, energy paths for crystals, and flight paths for vehicles capable of flying. Research and cluster analysis began by conducting thorough research of the existing cluster, understanding its geological position, climate patterns, and available resources and any unique features. This information forms from the foundation for designing a new world. Methods of compositing computational tools such as Houdini and Grasshopper were facilitating methods such as Dijkstra's algorithm, A-star method, and Poisson distribution. The amalgamation cluster logic is a design approach where diverse form variations are assembled to create spaces and resembling gathering areas and resonance. The process involves the transformation of single forms into clusters, which then amalgamate to form superclusters. Combining, they form together what you see, forms, communities to districts that define the landscape. Over time, this leads to the growth and development of interconnected cities worldwide. The logic emphasizes the uniqueness and functionality of individual forms, contributing to the character and diversity of gathering and residential spaces within the clusters. By embracing this approach, cities evolve organically, adapting to the changing needs and fostering vibrant and social interactions and livability. The migration tunnels are developed using a combination of Dijkstra's algorithm, A-star method, and discrete paths. The algorithms calculate the optimal routes considering factors like terrain difficulty and resource availability. Tools such as Houdini and Grasshopper aid in facilitating this methodology by providing a visual and interactive interface for path manipulation. The crystal energy paths are established by integrating them as significant energy sources within the world. Abundant crystal locations with unique properties are identified to serve as key energy hubs. A system is developed to harness and distribute the energy generated by the crystals. Energy paths resembling power lines are designed to enable the transmission of power from the crystals to various regions. The flight paths for vehicles play a crucial role as both major and minor vehicles possess the flight capabilities. The goal is to create flight paths to ensure efficient transportation and communication within the world. Key locations and landmarks are identified to serve as navigation points. Minor flight paths are determined through Poisson distribution within different areas of the world. Combining the layers of the migration tunnels, flight paths, crystal energy paths, and amalgamation clusters on a map creates a visual representation that highlights the interconnected relationship. The map showcases how these elements intertwine and influence one another, revealing the intricate web of connectivity and functionality within the world. Migration tunnels depict the routes of the population movement intersecting with flight paths to indicate the connection between aerial transportation and migration patterns. When zooming in on the map, the combined layers, migration tunnels, flight paths, and crystal energy paths, and amalgamation clusters reveal intricate details of their interconnected relationships. Crystal energy paths, depicted as vibrant lines intricately weave through the migration tunnels and flight paths, illustrate the distribution and transmission of energy across the world. And so, the creatures of the glowing landscape continue to evolve, their world shifting and changing with them. They learn to use the power of the crystals wisely, harnessing their energy for the betterment of their society and their world. And their planet shine brighter than ever before, a testament to the incredible power of the crystal energy and the creatures that have learned to harness it. Thank you.
Thank you, Park.
Thank you.
I didn't know my camera was so low. No one said anything. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, well, we're listening to you, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that came completely into the background.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I have too many screens. I'm trying to see which one to look at. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's my project.
Okay, I guess if no one else speaks, I'll just pop in. Great results. I mean, it looks really stunning. The only thing that sort of doesn't fit, I would say, is the migration tunnels. Can you explain why are they so rigid? So why do they only follow the green?
I thought of these migration tunnels as like these kind of like orthogonal, like not like super labyrinth where they kind of like spread out, like if you look at Rome, but I thought of them as like these interconnecting, like if I looked at like a New York subway map, like there is some fluidity, but there's also like the lines are pretty precise in some ways as well. Like there is some like curvature, but like the way I thought about it was like this kind of like gridded like structure forming within it. So that's kind of how I processed it, at least in these kind of tunnels. At least when there's like these underground tunnels in like Minnesota that I went under, and they were pretty linear from like how they connected between different parts of the campus when I went to University of Minnesota. So that's kind of like how I thought of them, like just like in person, I guess. But these aren't people.
Do they actually connect the endpoints? Because you said that you used A-star which is just
So,
so that
yeah.
you know, this is a stunning result for scripting an A-star algorithm. So great, that's a huge bonus here. I guess you had quite a challenge, and congratulations on that separately. But what are the endpoints? Because you know some of the migration tunnels they even go beyond the terrain, right? So they go into the water. Why is that?
I justified them going into the water because I thought of things like the channel or like the tunnels going from in Tokyo as well that go underwater as well. But there's no like I guess super specific reason why they go like one of them goes underwater in this case, or they go underwater.
Okay, but there are endpoints, right? So the only thing
they're endpoints.
Yeah, so if there are those straight connections between the endpoints as the shortest path, then it's okay.
Yeah.
Right. It's just it has to be this, and this is not quite clear, right? We cannot see those as actual endpoints, but rather as those elbows, you know, that sort of emerge there for some reason. Also, I guess one more thing that could be a point for well. To make it better for what do you say? There is this word. What's the word to make it better? Yeah, well, one of the points where you could make it better is the visibility, because right now, since everything is glowing, it sort of merges together too much, right? So it's really hard to distinguish between the layers, and it is absolutely fine. It looks perfectly beautiful when you show us the layers one by one. But when they come together, there is no hierarchy between them. I mean, at least it's not clear enough. So the flight paths, for example, they absolutely merge together with the on-land communication, and to that extent that, you know, your amalgamations also, they are not as readable as they should be probably. So that is the weaker point of this presentation. And also my question would be, you had this concept about appreciating the nature, and you know where I'm heading with this, right? What about the imperial penguins? Where
well, that's what the migration tunnels were. So I used the points on where they migrated, or like the points on the north and south end where the penguins migrate. This is part of Antarctica, and I used those as a way of separating like the top and the bottom points as a way of like finding the shortest path between those two. Like I put them on a mesh as well to develop.
I guess
so that's how I.
During your next presentation, please also say that this is the appreciation for the life forms that were also able to adapt to such rough environment as the one that you're working with, because that also is a huge part of the story of a civilization. You know, the civilization that appreciates the life forms that live alongside with it obviously makes it better than the ones that just consume everything, or at least that's what I'm getting from your story. Right? This is
my penguins.
Your penguins, right?
My penguins, my baby penguins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a huge pleasure, and just to say, I mean, maybe it will influence the other comments, but Clark did do a very well. He managed to get a stunning result with coding. He managed to develop an algorithm for Poisson distribution and for A-star algorithm alongside the other tasks that I've been giving. So great job there.
Thank you.
It's great to hear, like that you're exceeding in this chapter. For me, like the comment mostly is again like towards the, like the bigger map, again, like when things are coming together. It's the glow, it's the colors that are absolutely the same, that it's difficult to grasp like all the complexities. I do commend you though, like on the outcome, because I believe that it's very special and unexpected, and like you have put a lot of thought into it and worked hard on it. So, and it's very evident. It's just again like the finding the best way to convey the message, especially when we're talking about like this like final grand map. And you're trying to really like read through it and even appreciate, each of those layers and really understand wide there, right? Like I think that like Kirill did a great point there about, you know, like you thinking about like so many more aspects that you're not really conveying throughout the presentation, and even less actually through the visual language. So yes, definitely there is going to be a little bit of work like on this chapter just to make sure that this is, you know, portrayed in the best possible way. But I'm very happy that like for the progress and the hard work and the beautiful outcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Clark. My feedback is the same. Like, I think the representation needs a bit more work. Also, I think you've done like a great job with the flight paths. I told you that the last time as well, but just the representation needs to be. I even gave you the example. I was hoping to see that, but yeah.
Yeah, that was was trying to. So what I did was I took some of the flight paths and I tried to, I guess jitter is the right way, and like make it more flow based on the center points of it, but it didn't seem to work as well because like the way they are is they're on coastal. Like the map that you showed was like, you know, it was the US, so like there were like you could clearly see if they're like from the vector going in all directions. I just felt like at least the arcing paths made more sense for my project, at least like in like a flight path. I don't know. That's the way I kind of thought about it, but I think what I got from it was like it needs to be more centered so you can see that, and that was the hardest part, like trying to represent those the layers, like the individual, like when combined together, how they would show.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the work, and good luck with refining the graphical representation.
Thank you. Thank you for your help as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us today. We know that we're like very much over time and it's very, very late for some people. And we do appreciate you guys like staying up so late with everyone. And thank you so much, Kirill and Madeline, for all the love, all the input, all the passion you're put into this chapter, and like our leads and everyone, like really like from the team and all the students. The work speaks for itself, right? Like it's absolutely stunning. You should all be proud of everything that you've learned. Like I hope that like within this chapter you actually saw how much you know, like more effortless you're able like to grasp complex ideas, to understand, you know, like where to gear the conversation. I think it's beautiful. I can see definitely like the growth in each in every one of the teams. And again, what I love about this program and the way that like we created it is that all these milestones, all these chapters, they're stepping stones to your growth, and that now we are entering into a very interesting time frame that it's going to be more about like visual representation, VR, so new things to learn, but also like getting like all these aspects of the presentations together and really like creating something cohesive. So I feel that like there are many more opportunities for growth and learning, but it should be now a little bit more like straightforward for you guys and a little bit easier, because I know it has been, you know, it has been a path of learning and bettering, and it can unfortunately not you know, like exist without the growing pains that come with it. But you guys have learned so much. I'm really proud like of all of you. It's always a pleasure to, you know, like be in this community and see like where you guys are at. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys very soon. Take care.
Take care, guys. See ya.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, someone's
Keep up the
after
good
them.
work.
Oh, someone's after them.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening, guys.
Bye. Good night.